This episode of the Grand Rising Show was brought to you by Autochthonous Assembly, where the real work gets done. Autochthonous Assembly is a gathering of the minds that do the work. Now, for many of our first-time subscribers and first-time visitors, you may be wondering who Autochthonous Assembly are. You can find this information about our mission statement and our core values on the website at autochthonousassembly.com/about. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to raising up Indigenous American voices by using genealogy, also known as family history, or your family tree, which is the study of families and the tracing of their lineages and history. Genealogists use oral interviews, historical records, genetic analysis, and other records to obtain information about a family and to demonstrate kinship and pedigrees of its members. Our core values are the foundation of our company, which is essential to our success and serve as a lens through which we evaluate every business decision. Those core values are, but are not limited to, integrity, which is knowing and doing what is right; respect, which is treating others the way you want to be treated; responsibility, which is embracing opportunities to contribute; and servant leadership, which is serving the common good. Now, at Autochthonous Assembly, we have a couple of goals here. And our first goal and foremost of the reason why we do everything that we do is to ensure that we help you do your genealogy and connect back to your tribe and find out where you are from. Everything that we do from the standpoint of the Grand Rising Show and all the information that's posted on the website is dedicated to that one specific purpose: helping you find your genealogy, find your relatives, find your family so that you will know exactly who you are. And if you choose to, tie back into your tribe, whether that tribe is a Native American tribe, an American Indian tribe, whether it's allowing you to determine which house in Africa that you belong to, or what clan of Scandinavia or Europe or France that you belong to. Either way, our goal is to do just that: help you find out who you are so you know exactly where to start. We are not here to tell you who you are, and we're not here to tell you who you are not. We're just here to help you discover your beginnings. Another one of our missions is to help you become financially independent so that you can help your generations for the next 7 generations and be able to put a stable foundation for you and your relatives. And if you should choose to use this information that we provide free of charge to help not only yourself, but your community and your tribe, then we will do everything in our power to make sure that gets done as well. And remember, our goal here is to make sure that we help you get exposed to this information to put you in the best situation possible. So now what I'm going to do now is return it back over to the panel to see if there was anything I missed, and I will go ahead and get set up so we can get ready and get digging into this information. Panel, take it away.
Warning, warning, warning. Hard hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.
Rising, Grand Rising. Hopefully everyone's doing well this rising. What's going on, chat? How y'all doing? What's going on, panel? How y'all doing?
Feeling great on this Tuesday rising. Last day of 2019, get to kick it with the relatives. Hey, what more could you want?
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, shoot. Grand Rising.
Now, Bones, what's the reason why we're streaming live on YouTube today?
Well, basically, because it's the last show of the year and going into 2020, there will no longer be full replays on YouTube. There will be a portion of the show on YouTube, but all full replays will only be exclusively on thecontinensassembly.com.
Okay, so this is the last of the full replays. Period.
Yep. So, like, since that's the case, let's just do it live. We'll do it live.
Okay. Can't get mad at that. Well, you could, but I don't know if that's gonna help anything. Oh, boy. So how you doing today, Miss Gabrielle?
I'm good. Well rested. I'm good.
You said well rested.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
That sounds like a plan to me. Slap.
Really?
No? Okay.
No. Mm-mm.
No slap?
Mm-mm. Not even. I'm loading.
I think everybody should slap.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think everybody should slap.
Okay. All right. I hear you.
I mean, they're saying, well, yeah. Piss poor planning leads piss poor performance, so I think everybody should slap.
Wait, what?
Sounds like a plan. Slap.
Oh, see, come on, man, don't do that. I don't know what that means.
You are like the king of acronyms, really?
I don't know. I done laced up my shoes like Gabrielle finna go slap somebody. Let's go. Skirt, skirt.
I feel like slapping somebody today. Slap, slap.
You saw how I got quiet, right? I got quiet because I was like, wait, what? You doing?
Oh, okay. Yeah, she went way off. Okay.
I don't know if I can co-sign on
Where's she going with this?
Yeah, If I know where you're going, yeah, I'm down to ride. But if I don't know where you're going, yeah, you might. You just might be by yourself. Everybody give me a moment. I'm loading up these slides right quick, trying to add some new ones before we go ahead and get started on this to Friday, the last day of the year. Hopefully everyone's having a great one. Hope everyone had the opportunity to reflect on this. I guess for lack of a better term, this created New Year's. However you view it. All I got to say about it is, enjoy it, take it for what it's worth. I mean, interact with your family today, interact with your co-workers if you're at the job. Treat this day as if it was your last day. How that saying goes, no one's
2019's last day.
Exactly. No one's promised tomorrow. I think if everybody acted like that, people would probably treat people a little bit different. That's my perspective. You know, I could be wrong. I have been wrong, and I'm going to continue to be
Oh,
wrong.
I know I treat people a little different. I don't know how that would go, but I think I treat people a little bit different.
With that being said, I want to say peace and grand rising.
You got to throw that piece out of. Okay.
Peace and grand rising to the new subscribers on the Cap Grand Rising Facebook. I want to say peace and grand rising to the subscribers and the new registrants of the Autochthonous Assembly website, which is free. You don't have to pay anything to register. Just need your email address and the name that you like to be called by, and you can access all of the goodies that are on that website. Everything from the library to the form of information that people have contributed to, as well as the links from previous videos that we've had on YouTube and also on our personal website. So yeah, when you get a chance, check it out. If not, that's fine too. Want to say peace and grand rising to the silent majority, both on the website, autochthonousassembly.com, and on YouTube. Like I always tell you, remind you, you are the reason that every organization exists. And I'm talking about the proverbial you, not the actual you. So keep that in mind. If you're not happy with the way things are, you are the ones that can make that change or cause change to happen. I mean, it is what it is. And to the best chat on earth, both on the website, autochthonousassembly.com, and on YouTube, because you always ask for proof. You don't let anybody slide. You don't let anybody on the panel slide. You don't let anybody that come in kicking their willy bobo and acting stupid slide. Everybody can get the business. If you come in to the YouTube or on our panel or on our chat acting disrespectful, they get the boot. You can't just walk into somebody's house with muddy shoes on and think you're just gonna be able to step on their couch like a skit from a comedy show. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and get the saying grand rising to everybody. So I'm gonna start on the website first. So let's see. Peace and grand rising to Big Nelson, Bones, Celestial Love, Dat Boy Wig, David Corey, Phoenix Rose, Power 109, T Tiny Ofofo. Also to Mayan Sun 0911, aka Liz Robinson. Peace and grand rising to Mr. TJ, the Ratchet Man. Peace and grand rising to Power 109 again, because he's signed into both chats, both the chat on the video link and also the global chat. And last but not least, time to give a shout out to the YouTube chat. Peace and grand rising, Pamela Hall, Nature's Void, Michael Brown Harris Cheek, Liz Robinson, Liz on both channels, No Sellout, Charles Clark, and when everyone else comes in, I'll go ahead and give you a shout out as well. So if I missed you, let me know, and we'll make sure we definitely give you a shout out. So how's everybody doing? I mean, what's going on with everybody? Everybody good?
You forgot no sellout.
No Sellout should have been on the call. That's Rising. He would have got a piece. Grand Rising, Jeffrey Gordon. Peace, No Sellout. Is that better?
Peace, cuz. I say real quick shout out to all the Gordons out there. Peace.
Exactly. So yeah, man. Exciting times. forgive me. I'm over here clicking on a whole bunch of windows and stuff. So where we at? Oh yeah. Nature's voice said Gabrielle is ready this rising.
Yeah, what does that mean? What'd I do? What'd I miss? Probably something you did I'm getting blamed for.
Whoa, come on,
It's something you did and I'm getting blamed for.
Something I did that you're getting blamed for.
Isn't it that obvious?
Nah, but okay. So, how about we do this?
See, don't be talking to me like I'm slow already. That's not cool. You're not going to treat me like I'm the special child. That's not, no. See, like I said, it's something I'm getting blamed for. It's your tone.
This conversation is over, ma'am.
Oh. Oh.
I'm trying to start the show here.
Game over. Game over.
So I'm trying to get to work.
Oh, really? Really? Well, put the link in the chat then.
Put it in there.
Can I hit the clock?
I mean, you can.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy. I'm going to put the link in the chat if I get beat up. Good grief.
You know what? That's not.
Tell him, Gab, you want to rise in? You gonna come and kick the whole door in on the show. Put the link in the chat. Get you in your cloud. No, you read. You read.
Oh, she did that to me yesterday. I need 3 minutes. I need 3 minutes. 35 minutes later, then she got there to comment, and then she got to come back and ask. Got the audacity to come back and ask a question. Not to come back and read. I got a question. Scared the mess out of me. I'm like, where that voice come from?
Since she was gone so long, she came back asking questions.
See, I was listening. I was able to listen. Just a little preoccupied.
I need 3 minutes, man. Yo, you got 3 country minutes. Let's go ahead and hit this clock.
It was your counting was off. See, that was algebra time. Your counting was off.
I don't even want to know.
Talking all over the clock sound effect and all that good stuff. I tell you, grown folks just can't do nothing with y'all. Can't do nothing with y'all whatsoever.
So you just forcing stuff now.
All these jaywalking tickets, people running lights in the house and whatnot.
I was like, can you read? I need 2 minutes. I'm at the light.
Okay, look, let me explain.
Listen, I laughed so hard on the replay of that. Oh my goodness. I was like, yeah, Gabby gonna get it for that one in the rising. Right here running lights and jaywalking that.
I don't think you understand. The pots and pans monster made such a bad mess. It was just horrible. It was horrible.
So horrible. You had to install a traffic light? All right, okay. You really gonna have traffic back up. Give a whole new meaning to traffic being backed up.
You know what? I have to take this. You know that video? There's a video where this little boy, he was being threatened to get whooped, right? And he said, I'm tired of this. Whoop your own behind. Whoop your own behind. I'm sick of this. I get whooped for this. I get whooped for that. That's that moment I'm having, TMH. You always trying to put me on mutiny, ISS, all this stuff. I'm getting blamed. I'm tired of it.
I'm just saying, won't take it no more.
So, Gabrielle, what actually are you saying?
Your tone says that you're setting me up for another response. I don't feel like I should answer this.
Are you ready to read?
What you saying, yeah. Like, I think I should answer, but it sounds like it's a setup. Hold up.
You know? Like, I caught them tones yesterday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, now you got to let me. Okay, see,
Okay,
yeah, that's a setup already.
In my defense, and the chat understands. Even if they defend you, that's fine. I'll accept that. But sometimes talking to you is like listening to you have a conversation with yourself, and I just get to listen. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
What does that mean?
That's a good question. I don't have a good answer. You're just supposed to just ride out. You're just supposed to ride out on that answer. Just leave it alone.
I mean, I'm confused. Like, it doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, that's okay.
If having a conversation with me is like listening to you
No.
listening to you.
No. Having a conversation with Gabrielle is like listening to Gabrielle talk to herself, and I'm just a part of the audience. Because sometimes you'll say something, and you're actually talking to yourself. And then you'll ask a question as if I heard the question that you asked yourself in your head.
Got no idea what you're talking about. Like, huh? What? We don't know.
What? That no. No. That is not. I don't ask questions like that. No.
You about to ask yourself, do I do that?
Now you thinking like, hold on, do I? Hold on. Or do I?
Wait.
Don't let us mess with you, Gabrielle.
Grand Rising P. Parker, glad you was able to make it. Oh boy.
Oh, did you get Jafrida?
Yeah, I said peace, cuz.
And then he said,
okay.
Then he said, shout out to the whole Gordon family.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that part. Okay. See, it's almost like you have your inside jokes out loud with that laugh.
Who, me?
Absolutely.
Whatever do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Bones, personally. So, do you need me to read, Miss Gabrielle, or would you like to read?
I would love to read.
Are you in a position to where you are going to read?
Yes.
Okay, so can you read now? Grand Rising Golden Moon.
Can you tell me where I'm at?
In your house.
That's what she gets. Nah. What's my right for that one? He beat me to the mute button because I was going to tell you the same thing. Get us every rising when we ask you a question.
I do not do that. I do not do that.
You're like, Gabby, what you reading? The computer?
What you looking at? The screen?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. That sounds not so.
Power 10-9 says, yes, you do, Gabby. He didn't call you Gabby. He said, yes, you do, Gabby.
No.
You don't do that?
See, you done got the whole rising show at times. You reading, then you click on the site and go reading to yourself, but forgetting that you reading with all of us. Whole morning show be like, huh? We don't know. We don't know what you reading. You just know it sound good. No, let me stop.
So would you like to share your screen so we can go on a clickable journey with you?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, hard hat, seatbelts on.
Yeah, cause
Gabrielle got the wheel.
Ooh, it's gonna be. All right. So let me share the other screen. Let me do this right quick first.
We get to ride with the investigative reporter this rising. Uh-oh.
Where's my sound? There we go. Move that over here. Now you gotta remember. Uh-oh. Just thought of something.
A dangerous pastime, I know.
I know, right? I know, right? Let me. Let me do this. Shrink it. Let me move it. Come on. Next full screen. There we go.
Oh, where are we at? Right. Expansion 1517. We already did 1519.
This is not cooperating. Let me do this right quick. Okay, there we go. All right. Now everybody can see your screen. So that means we see what you see. What you click, we see you clicking. So when you go off on tangent, we ride along for the ride. So everybody put your 5-point harness seatbelts on.
Hope you got that your fault insurance.
You said your fault. You get in an accident, it's your fault.
Yep.
Starting at the massacre of Cholula. What are you doing?
About to read.
Okay.
Okay. Massacre of Cholula. There are contradictory reports about what happened at Cholula. Moctezuma had apparently decided to resist with the advance of Cortez and his troops. And it seems that Moctezuma ordered the leaders of Cholula to try and stop the Spanish. Cholula had a very small army because as a sacred city, they put their confidence in their prestige and their gods. According to the chronicles of Texcalteca, the priests of Cholula expected to use the power of Quetzalcoatl, their primary god, against the invaders. Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Cholula was an important city of pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, dating back to at least the 2nd century BCE, with settlements as a village, as a village going back at least some thousands years earlier. The site of Cholula is just west of the modern city of Puebla and served as a trading outpost. Its immense pyramid is the largest structure in the Americas and the largest pyramid structure by volume in the world. The Great Pyramid of Cholula, also known as Huitapero is a huge complex located in Cholula, Pueblo, Mexico. It is the largest archaeological site of a pyramid temple in the New World, as well as the largest pyramid known to exist in the world today. That's interesting.
What was that line again? And the largest world will today?
Yeah.
What was very interesting that stuck out was they know that them people been there since 2000 BC. Then they know they was there 1,000 years prior to that in basic settlements. So 1000 BC. So why they try to tell us this baloney wasn't nobody here?
Yeah, Red, what you doing?
I wanted to find out what BCE means, before the current era.
Yeah.
Is the era before CE. BCE and CE are alternatives to the Dionysian BC and AD system, respectively. Dionysian. Okay, the Dionysian era distinguishes eras using AD, Anno Domini, and in the year of our Lord, and BC before Christ.
Anything goes.
The BCE CE usually refers to the Common Era. The years are the same as AD and BC. How are they the same if that doesn't make any sense? It would either be BC or AD instead of BCE.
Well, if they're trying to confuse people with the history or the timelines, then it would make sense from that standpoint.
Oh, the simplest reason for using BCE CE as opposed to AD BC is to avoid reference to Christianity, and in particular to avoid naming Christ as Lord before Christ in the year of our Lord.
So it's the PC version.
What?
It's the PC
Like,
version. Politically
PC.
correct. Politically correct.
Yeah, because all it stands for basically before Christ, after death. Anno Dominion.
Gotcha.
That's why I always ask the question, do anybody know the year that the calendar reset? From BC to AD.
That'd be a good bill for somebody to do. Or if someone knows that what year, if someone knows anybody that did that bill, put the link in the chat so we can watch it. You don't need to create no will.
Anybody ever marked down year 1 BC? I'm just saying.
1752, the Julian calendar was replaced by the Gregorian calendar, changing the formula for calculating leap years. The beginning of the legal New Year was moved from March 25th to January 1st, because New Year's would make sense in March, because that's when spring happens. That's when everything becomes new.
That's the lunar calendar.
A lot of people are mad about that right now.
So, what'd you say? No,
he said,
Oh, I'm low. My bad. I said a lot of people are mad about that right now. All over again, I mean. It's nothing new.
You said all over again?
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when people were mad that, January 1 marked the beginning of the new year, knowing full well spring is the beginning of a new year. But, comes in waves. Like that 10-year thing. My bad. Grand Rising, y'all. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat.
we don't get no.
Grand Rising, double cousin.
We don't get no popping peas, partner.
No, two.
Gotta move quick. Oh, can y'all hear me? Mic check. Two. 1, 2.
That's that spitting rapid fire.
Can y'all hear me?
Not talking about no tongue twister rapping either. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Basically, you're doing a good job. Just realized I was subscribed to your channel.
You go again.
I mean,
Yo.
I know you don't want to interrupt nothing or anything, you know. I
Yeah,
know you
yeah. I don't want to
realize we
interrupt the
live.
bill. You know.
The good people. Good people. Good people.
Oh, my bad.
I love y'all to life. But
I mean, he said he see how he called us good people. I mean, I brung my peoples with me.
Merchandise is not available.
I'm not just here to make you think.
Ken,
That would be interesting, though.
What's up?
That would be interesting to find out when did they mark down the changing of the calendar. Because we all know the calendars have changed. There's some calendars now that show there's 1,000 years difference
Well,
in how they
this
mark time.
Well, this says, okay, let me read this real quick and I'll go back. Just catch me if I go too far.
Catch you.
Yeah, catch me.
Let me put my tracks.
Here we go
Okay.
with that trust fall. You know what happens when people do trust fall? A lot of people back out at when you don't want them to.
Why you let me hit the ground? You knew I was coming down. Okay, this says in 1752 calendar change. Today, Americans are used to a calendar with a year based on the Earth's rotation around the sun, with months having no relationship to the cycles of the moon and New Year's Day falling on January 1st. However, that system was not adopted in England and its colonies until 1752. The changes implemented that year have created challenges for historians and genealogists working with early colonial records, since it is sometimes hard to determine whether information was entered in according to the then current English calendar or the new style calendar we use today. That's interesting. Throughout history, there have been numerous attempts to convey time in relation to the sun and moon. Even now, the Chinese and Islamic calendars are based on the motion of the moon around the earth, rather than the motion of the earth in relation to the sun. And the Jewish calendar links years to the cycle of the sun and months to the cycle of the moon. Even more interesting, the Julian calendar, in 45 BC, okay, Julius Caesar ordered a calendar consisting of 12 months based on a solar year. This calendar employed a cycle of 3 years of 365 days, followed by a year of 366 days, a leap year. When first implemented, the Julian calendar also moved the beginning of the year from March 1st to January 1st. However, following the fall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century, the new year was gradually realigned to coincide with Christian festivals until by the 7th century, Christmas Day marked the beginning of the new year in many countries. By the 9th century, parts of Southern Europe began observing first day of the new year on March 25th to coincide with the Annunciation Day. Is that right? The church holiday 9 months prior to Christmas, celebrating the angel Gabriel's revelation to the Virgin Mary that she was to be the mother of the Messiah. The last day of the year was March 24th. However, England did not adopt this change in the beginning of the new year until late in the 12th century. So 12th century today or then? Because 12th century today would be 12th century today would be 11th century.
12th century would be the 1100s.
Right. Because the year began in March, records referring to the first month pertain to March, to the second month pertain to April, etc. So that the 19th and the 12th month would be February 19th. In fact, in Latin, September means 7th month, October means 8th month, November means 9th month, and December means 10th month. Interesting. Use of numbers rather than names of months was especially prevalent in Quaker records.
Gabrielle.
Huh?
Just put yourself on mute. Grand Rising to Copper Chopper 803. Yes, we're live. This is our final show live on YouTube. Also, the final show of 2019, being that this is the last Tuesday of 2019. Supposedly. So, Gabrielle is taking us on a journey to the breaking down of the calendar before we get into the massacre of Cholula. So this is the Aztec calendar you're looking at?
Oh, yeah.
Did you forget that we can see what you say?
Yeah.
Jeffrey told me to leave you alone. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. If I left her alone, we'd be in Cuba. Trust me. Gotta give her some sort of guide, like bumpers on a bowling alley.
We say Gabrielle make turns at 90 miles per hour, no brakes.
No brakes. Speaking of which, let me test the brakes of the cab. This we ain't using yet. Okay,
I need to Okay, let me finish. Okay, Quaker Records. The Gregorian calendar during the Middle Ages, it began to become apparent that the Julian leap year formula had overcompensated for the actual length of a solar year.
Grand Rising, Queen Copper said these are solstices. See?
Okay, solar year. A solar year, 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, 46 seconds, also called a tropical year or year of the seasons, is the time between two successive occurrences of the vernal equinox, the moment when the sun apparently crosses the celestial equator moving north. A tropical year is the time that the sun takes to return to the same position in the cycle of seasons as seen from Earth. For example, the time from vernal equinox to vernal equinox is from summer solstice to summer solstice. So it became apparent that the Julian leap year formula had overcompensated for the actual length of a solar year, having added an extra day every 128 years. However, no adjustments were made to compensate. By 1582, seasonal equinoxes were falling 10 days too early, and some church holidays. That's why they came up with daylight savings. Okay, and some,
daylight saving times was attached to the companies. That was something different. Daylight savings time.
Okay, thank you for that. And some church holidays, such as Easter, did not always fall in the proper season. In that year, Pope Gregory the 13th. What's X111?
13th.
Okay. Oh, I remembered. Okay. 13th authorized the most Roman Catholic countries adopted the Gregorian or New Style calendar as part of the change. 10 days were dropped from the month of October. And the formula for determining leap years was revised so that only years divisible by 400, ergo 1600, 2000, at the end of a century would be leap years. A century is 10 years, right? No, a decade is 10 years. A century is 100.
Yeah.
Cento is 100.
Okay.
Grand Rising Copper India.
Grand Rising Copper India. Sorry.
Grand Rising,
Peace.
everybody.
Grand Rising
Peace, y'all.
Division.
Oh, it's a party. It's a party up in here now.
A party
Guess
ain't a
what?
party.
More people.
Hey, Copper, just a heads up, they didn't give me that same kind of salutation when I came in.
Noted.
But peace, brother. Peace 757. Good to hear from you.
Just a heads up.
Peace,
He's
Mr.
notoriously late. Sometimes he comes in as the show's and just a heads up.
Hey, it's not when the show just ends. It's about to end. But I have my reasons.
I know. Go ahead, Gabrielle. You was reading.
Oh, okay. At the end of a century, 100 years would be leap years. Wait, what? Hold on. And the formula for determining leap years was revised so that only years divisible by 400 at the end of a century would be leap years. January 1st was established as the first day of the new year. Protestant countries, including England and its colonies, not recognizing the authority of the Pope, continue to use the Julian calendar. Double dating between 1582 and 1752. That actually makes sense because I was pulling Okay. Not only were two calendars in use in Europe and in Europe colonies, but two different starts of the year were in use in England. Although the legal...
Yep. Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just agreeing on what you were reading.
Okay. I'm just, it's making sense, but records that I've pulled in other countries, especially in England, why, it's making sense why in England, the times, like I'm finding double records, like different calendars. It'll either the calendar will be written out in French or Spanish or then in English. It makes sense now. Okay. Although the legal year began on March 25th, began on March 25th, the use of the Gregorian calendar by the other European countries led to January 1st becoming commonly celebrated as New Year's Day and given as the first day of the year in the almanacs. To avoid misinterpretation, both the Old Style and New Style years were often used in English and colonial records for dates falling between the New Year, January 1st, and Old New Year, March 25th, a system known as double dating. Such dates are usually identified by a slash mark, breaking the Old Style and New Style year. For example, March 19th is 1630, is 1631 second month. Okay, occasionally writers would express the double date with a hyphen. For example, March 19th, 1631-32. So the 30, okay, I don't understand that one. Oh no, we were reading the other night. That makes sense. I thought this second number was a reference to a page on a book. That's the date. So what we were reading the other night when
James was talking about the demon.
Yes. It was dating. It was giving the date. I thought it was it was a book, a year, and a reference to a page or a book number. That was actually the date it was given, dating the language when it was being shared and transferred to other places. Okay, focus. In general, double dating was more common in civil than church and in ecclesiastical records. Changes of 1752. In accordance with a 1750 Act of Parliament, England and its colonies changed calendars in 1752.
Stop reading. Continue reading.
Oh, I had to change my screen.
Yeah,
Stop.
I gotta
Go.
make some changes. So yeah, go ahead, keep reading.
Okay. Okay. In accordance with 1750 Act of Parliament, England and its colonies changed calendars in 1752. By that time, the discrepancy between a solar year and a Julian calendar had grown by an additional day. So that Okay, so they weren't just burning libraries. They weren't just
They were
going to war.
usurping everything,
Yes,
changing everything,
everything.
time and history. Yeah.
Yes.
That's why you burn books. So when you re-release
Yeah.
books, you release it with the information that you want people to believe. Your interpretation.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm still asking the same question to people. Like, look, if the Earth is billions of years old, why are we only in 2019? What did we miss? I'm just saying. But
they telling you. They took time and they forced it into a man-made concept.
Yep.
Right.
I just posted a time video that I watched yesterday in the back chat. Apparently, TMH, you might know this. We are in 2020 already. It's the first week. As long as you might know that too. What is it? For the numbers and business and all that stuff. Yeah, we in 2020, y'all. First week, Monday. Yesterday was day one.
You see it happen. You've seen it happen in our lifetime. Wasn't it the Korean president that changed their calendar to match his birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, it's on me.
Right.
It's on me, baby.
It's
So their
on
calendar
me.
is based on his birthday. So it is possible and plausible. 1752.
Timelines. Don't get it twisted.
And timelines.
What's really interesting is being that they're saying it's 1752. Hold on. So what calendar was being used in the Americas?
1619, 1492, all that is forced on that calendar.
Right.
Listen to what they're telling you. That's not the actual calendar. That's why when we're doing this history and we're looking at their records, there is no records in 1492 or no Cristobal Colombo over there because the years are wrong. They're telling you that they changed everything in 1752. So in order for the years before that to fit, you have to manually change the events.
So truth
to make
be
it fit
told,
your timeline.
Just real quick, to anchor this to where the discussion started when we broke up and started looking at time. How many of these interactions, as far as contact with the Americans, and how many massacres and how many wars were fought before 1752? Here locally in the East Coast, in the city of Portsmouth, Virginia.
Shout out to P-Town.
Shout out to P-Town. P-Town was incorporated as a town in 1752 from part of the Virginia colony. And so a lot of records, and I gotta hit the Portsmouth Public Library at some point, but a lot of records point to changes in time around this period. And as we've seen, there are records, probate records, wills, and so forth that have this description of time where it's split. And so some of these dates get mixed up. And by the time you get to 1752, a lot of what's been going on as far as displacing and moving certain groups of people around has already happened. Because by their records, they were already here for what? I mean, you figured that the British portion of colonization had already taken hold at that point for over 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something to keep in mind when, I'm sorry.
And remember, the French lived alongside the Indians for 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years.
Right. I just wanted to anchor that back to what we were talking about as far as massacre, to kind of give this some context, because if you remember correctly, the main piece of literature that during the colonial period people were governed by was the Bible. And we've spoken on here numerous times about how the Bible does not have consistent timeline of events, and that's deliberate. The compilation that we have that we call the Bible is without time for a reason.
Yeah, they took it out.
Right. And there's not a coincidence that every government, and even some of the so-called founding fathers, had their own versions of the Bible, because they could start to tell time and communicate time based on that. It's what they call a tabula rasa, a blank slate for them to write whatever they consider history to be, or whatever they interpret history to be, so that the people that they govern, that they rule, will adhere to it.
Yeah, I had to.
That's just shocking. 1752. My bad, TMA.
No, you could have had to take off the screen sharing, because the thing that I was using to share the screen was also the chats kept popping up, so it was blocking what was being shown. So, Gabrielle, just let me know what links you want me to go to when I share the screen, and I go to those links. That means I have to keep asking and bugging you, but we're gonna make it work. But welcome, Copper.
Okay,
welcome.
I'm sorry.
Welcome, James Flames, aka Doodle Vision, aka Choctaw Jimmy. And what's this big payback you talking about, bro?
Greetings to everyone on the panel. I appreciate that the Grudge, aka Brother Copper Indio, has joined us today. Yeah. Oh man, I'm tired of all these sucker MCs. Now I apologize for the stuff in the back chat popping up, because I know you were mentioning earlier about Cholula, and that also gets back to into these dates, why they keep pushing these dates back on who these people are and recognizing who these people are. So I don't know if you all had time to go into triple overtime, but I'm gonna put our heads to bed on this Indian issue today.
Yeah, we can.
We're not going into a new year.
Yeah, we can go ahead. Yeah, I mean, you got whatever you need, you got it.
And that dude in the chat, see, you come in, you talking about no ill will, but then you the one going around giving people the thumbs down. But you know where you can put that thumb, don't you? And what the Arctophiles will really tell you, hey, you can sit on it. Come on, son. Woo-woo. Stop playing. Last day of the year, you come in, oh man, they ain't got no ill will. I got you. I see you. Y'all look at the thumbs down already. That's what he does. He goes from channel to channel, putting down thumbs down, but you come in with no ill will. That's why I'm gonna stomp a mud hole in you. I'm tired of you. Anyway, I'm sorry. Back to our regular scheduled program. You go ahead and, like I said, on dates, you're gonna find out why things start switching, because history is not time driven, it's event driven.
Bingo.
Say that again, James.
History is not time driven, it's event driven.
That's right.
Think about the events. I put a link in the back chat dealing with Cholula. When we get back to that, you'll find out why they keep switching these dates, why historians and why archaeologists, you read earlier, it keeps confusing them, because they're trying to figure out, well, when is this date? And then they keep having to push it back, push it back, and push it back. So I'm gonna give everybody an opportunity to grab your wife, grab your kids, grab your grandkids, grab all of your relatives, because I'm going to put all heads to bed about Indians. So, with that, I yield the mic. I'll be back. I appreciate you, The Grudge. Appreciate you, Brother Thomas, Brother No Sell Out, Brother Bones, Sister Gabrielle Union, to all those in the chat. I see you.
Appreciate you too, Brother James.
So that we may facilitate and make this move as smooth as possible, can you do me a favor and tell us how you would like us to proceed with the timelines? Because if how it lines up, I mean, this is perfect. Coming into a new year tomorrow, and we're talking about the calendar. So where should we go next?
I put that link that I put in there because it's dealing with Cholula, and you're going to see why these times and why it's so important, and why they turn around and they say that the Azteca did such and such and such and such, but the Azteca are telling you we didn't do this. We only inherited this stuff. And then you go back to the people of what they call Cholula, and they say they didn't build it. They didn't build the pyramid that's there. And the etymology of Cholula being the place of flight or the place of refuge. Because wasn't there cities of refuge already in the Americas when the Huguenots came? Come on, son.
Correct.
Y'all gonna learn today. They said the people that were there, these are the ancient people that were there, was saying it was people that were older than them, and they called them giants. Not giants in saying, and see, people get caught up in giants as being, oh, these, 100-foot tall men. No, they're saying giants as far as in greatness. Giants built the pyramid of Cholula that the Spanish came in and put their church on top of it. Come on, son.
So
gonna learn today.
So I put the link in the chat. Gabrielle, can you read? Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna click on the link too. Go ahead. All right. Share my screen. All right, so Gabrielle, you want me to read it? You want to read this part about the Cholula pyramid?
I can read it. Okay, what you want me to do?
Read.
What you want me to do? Enter. Wait, what am I reading? Cholula pyramid, right?
Right, and don't click any links unless instructed by Doodle Vision. I know it's gonna hurt, but it's okay. It's therapy. Ready when you are, and go.
Okay, like seriously, when you said that, I got nervous.
That's that 2020 therapy. Did you have a banana at that point, Gabby? I don't like that.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, I'm reading. Mysteries of the Aztec Empire revealed. Cholula Pyramid. Cholula, just outside of the city of Pueblo, is the site of the massive Cholula Pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Cholula. In the days before the Spanish conquest, Cholula was a sacred city and also a major commercial center. When Hernan Cortez say it, he declared it to be the most beautiful city outside of Spain itself. The area has probably been inhabited for over 3,000 years, and the original pyramid may be over 2,000 years. The pyramid itself is one of the largest in the world, and it has some surprising features which we'll talk about in a moment. But first, some perspective. The Cholula Pyramid, as it appears today, and since the days of Cortez, much of it covered in brush and topped by the Iglesias de Nuestra Señora de las Remedios. A brief history.
If you can pause real quick, for those that do not speak Spanish. La Iglesia de Nuestra Señora de los Remedios is the church, Iglesias church, of Our Lady of the Remedies. So consider that, because remember, not a lot of people have heard me say this, but I've said before that time and space is the brick with which we build, but language is the mortar that puts it all together. These words mean something. These names of places mean something. So you'll get an extra clue or an extra set of clues as to what's going on and what the context is if you understand what these names mean. I just wanted to point that out because these names of these churches and sites tend to be overlooked, but I want to make sure we have context with that as we move forward. Sorry.
Anytime
I'll
you
use the mic.
Anytime you feel the need to jump in, please jump in, sir. Because again, it's about getting it right. It ain't about being right. So, do what you got to do. That goes for anybody on the panel.
Appreciate that.
All right, Miss Gabby. Excuse me, Miss Gabby Earl.
Yes?
Would you read, please?
Oh, yes. Okay. A brief history. Over 2,000 years ago, Cholula was rising from being a village to being a city of some importance. As the city became a place of power, many of the powerful cultures of Mexico had their turn to rule it. The Olmecs, Toltecs, and later the Aztecs. Okay. With whom the city had some alliance. The city was once called... I need help.
Give me 1 second.
Looks like Acoloyan or Acholoyan. So I don't know if that's a hard
Yan?
or salty. Yan. I know two. Go ahead.
It's
that is correct. But you can go ahead and say Cholula. I'm sorry, Brother Copper. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's Achololan. Lan is place. That's where, and this is part of the tie. Lan. Think about the term or the sound lan as land, land in German, land in English, land in Nahuatl.
Cleveland.
It's crazy how it also looks like the word alcohol.
Well, consider this as well. Because remember, there's etymology and there's also the sound of words and how they tie into things. We make things sound the way they sound to us when we're dealing with them. So look at the description here: place of flight, or water that falls in place of flight. So you have and that usually those two sounds are usually associated with water. Like in Nahuatl, the word ak is water.
Right.
You will usually see the word associated with a liquid or with water start with either a or The character for is usually like in the letter M, it's a zigzag that usually shows a wave, and that could be water waves or light waves or sound waves or whatever have you. That's basically fluid motion. So,
okay.
But you can keep going.
Okay. In Nahuatl, Nawak, meaning place of flight or water that falls in the place of flight. This has led some to believe that Cholula was founded after its inhabitants fled from elsewhere. The birth of the temple. The earliest pyramid was probably built around 200 BC. As the years BC, so that's like really close to the beginning.
Whenever you see the term BC used as an acronym, that refers to before Christ, or the period where the church cites as the birth of Christ.
So, okay, so time is basically scaled by events. So
Yep. Just keep going. You gonna get there. Keep going.
Okay. As the years passed and the city grew in power, it was often able to maintain a degree of independence from the empires that surrounded it. Just how much independence is a matter of debate. From the architecture and the items found at the site, we know that Cholula had strong relations with not only nearby cities such as Tenochtitlan, but the coast as well. For example, archaeologists have found seashells beneath one of the altars, an offering of Quetzalcoatl. The city's influence grows. Each group that dominated Cholula added to the pyramid, technically called a temple, not a pyramid, until it became the massive structure larger than any of the pyramids of Egypt in volume. The people of Cholula.
Okay. I'm sorry if I could pause you right there just real quick. The point where you were saying that we know that Cholula had strong relations with not only nearby cities such as Tenochtitlan, but the coast as well. For example, archaeologists have found seashells beneath one of the altars and offering to Quetzalcoatl. Now, notice that was an offering. Seashell beneath one of the altars was seen as an offering.
Right.
So you'll see mention of human sacrifice by people that either are interested in things against this group of people, or people that don't know much about this group of people think that every sacrifice to Quetzalcoatl was a human sacrifice, that it was violence and cannibalism and so forth, and that's not true. Part of understanding this area and what was going on is to understand that as well. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, that's fine.
That's just important.
Right.
Think you threw her off a game.
The
sorry.
people.
You okay over there?
Nope. I'm here. I'm
sorry.
good. I'm here. No. The city's influence grows. Each group that dominated Cholula added to the pyramid, technically called a temple, not a pyramid, until it became a massive structure larger than any of the pyramids of Egypt in volume. The people of Cholula participated in much religious ritual, including human sacrifice, including the sacrifice of children. But after a time, the Cholula pyramid was left to be overgrown by wild plants and it disappeared under a mound. Okay. An excavated and restored site of the Great Cholula Pyramid. Other altars were eventually built. And how were they able to say if it was covered, overgrown, and under basically dirt, grass covered? How were they able to say that there was actual sacrifices there from human and children? If they found bones, couldn't have been that somebody just those people passed there?
Do you see what I was saying? You see why I gave you that context?
Oh, yeah.
So assuming, and this is what a lot of people do, a lot of really smart people, by the way, they assume just because they say that happened, or they suggest that it happened, or say that was probable. You see this in Egypt as well. They say this probably happened, so we're going to go with this, without being able to either corroborate what happened based on the glimpses that were written by the people during that time, or they're going on pure speculation but that speculation gets you to a designated point, a conclusion that they already have spelled out for you. You're absolutely right in that those bones that happen to be there aren't necessarily from human sacrifice. And so when you have an archaeologist or an anthropologist that unearths these bones, they start to try to piece together a story of what might have happened or what probably has happened with this individual. That's hence why they use probably. But they don't know for sure. Just because they found some bones doesn't mean that was a sacrifice.
Right.
Now you go further north into what's now North America, you see all these mounds with ancestors buried in them. So what's the difference?
Right.
You go to Cahokia and you see, and you do enough digging, you find bones. Is that because those people were sacrificed or because those ancestors were buried? Because everything was overgrown and covered with dirt. So I'll use the mic.
Stopped at an excavation.
Oh, I know where I'm at.
Okay, just check. My bad.
I know where I'm at. I don't know where I'm at. I got it. Thank you. Okay. Other altars were eventually built, and a temple was built on top of the mount. Ancient chronicles give us a glimpse into the beliefs of this era. That means books, right? There was like writings and okay, apparently there was a drought in the area and the people came to the priest for help. The priest needed to send messengers to the god of rain, Tlaloc. These messengers, I'm sorry.
The TL is, you have to kind of use your tongue to make that sound. Tlaloc.
Oh, like clock.
Cla. It's an odd sound, and it's not really that describable in English, but like when you use the word atlas, take the out. Cla. That sound. Tlaloc.
Okay. Tlaloc. Yes? Or close enough?
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's almost like your tongue is battling itself.
Right.
You paused somewhere, and when you said something, that's why I go back again, and I keep saying, and Brother Carpendio mentioned it earlier, they want to paint the picture of these people being savages, but you just read about the chronicles. That's
right.
Why I said this is why they have so much information prior to what they call pre-Columbian. How do they get all this information? There were people still there that were translating for them, and they were finding these books, finding these chronicles. And the chronicle is what? Something that keeps with time, events.
Like the book of Eli.
Event driven. Keep reading, because it's going to get greater.
I just thought about the book of Eli. Like at the end of the movie, he had the whole Bible memorized and they had no Bible, but because he had it memorized, once he got to that island, they were able to write all the scriptures down, if that makes sense.
And that was the chronicle. So he had it memorized. So all the events, all the words that were in the Bible were written as they were written down as they were written in the original book. It's chronicled, like Brother James said, chronos, time.
Right.
That's a recording of what happens in time.
Right.
And also remember, a chronicle. Sorry, Kafa. A chronicle is different than an interpretation.
What do you mean?
Interpretation is somebody with the information that they've been exposed to, how they're interpreting into what it means. A chronicle is actual events.
Okay, so like It would be the difference from me telling you about events that happen in my life and you interpreting what those events meant.
Yeah, like a self-biography compared to I'm writing your biography.
Wait, say that again?
Compared to you writing your biography or me writing it. See, if I was to write it, I'm interpreting the information that you gave me. If you write it, you're writing down the events, how they happen.
Wait, so, okay, hold on. In 1519, 1521, we read so many times where they were sending people, and even before 1519, they were sending people to learn how to paint, draw, in the language of the Spanish, right? For translation, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, so that they could, okay.
But now when they interpreted it with what?
Their language.
With the Spanish, you understand?
Yeah, I do. Their pictorial images, their languages, their letters. So even, and with everything loses its meaning or significance within translation. And and the words actually change.
Not really the words change, the meaning changes.
Keep going. Don't stop, because it's going to come back to something. Go ahead. Keep going. There's a method to my madness.
Okay. The priests needed to send messengers to the god of rain. Oh, I did read this. The messengers, no, these messengers were children who were, what? Wait, the priest needed to send, okay, I need to read that all over. Okay. Other altars were eventually built and a temple was built on top of the mount. Okay, so over time they're saying this temple, okay. Other altars were eventually built and a temple was built on top of the mount. Okay, so it's covered up. Another temple was built on top of all of it. Okay, ancient chronicles give us a glimpse into the beliefs of the era. Apparently, what made them say, okay, this place of all places, this mound, we don't know what this is, we want to build a temple here?
It was all in reference to the stars. So you see, the timekeepers understood, going back to that collection of books that people call the Bible, that the stars are in the heavens to distinguish times and seasons. They don't build these places for anything. And when they keep talking about children being sacrificed, no, the children were messengers. Now I'm gonna give you some culture. The children were messengers because just like when you see in movies, when there's a disaster that's happening, whether it's man-made or a natural disaster, what do people do? They say, save my children. Right. Even today, they do the campaign of do it for the children.
Right.
So they sent the children to say, hey, it's not about us saving us. Save the children. To what they would call the Lord of the Rain, and you will find the same, they call him the big-eyed or the bug-eyed one. You will find these same artifacts and these same little statuettes that they would carve out and take with them and place it in their hand. And Atlanta. Again, you'll find, and in Alabama, you'll find the same group of people that were following this Lord of the Rain called Kusa today. Alabama Kushada. I just gonna jump that in there right now. So go ahead, keep reading, because it's gonna get greater. And there's a reason why in Spanish what it translates into the Church of the Remedies, because it was a hospital, again, a place of refuge. Anyone that has survived any hurricanes or natural disasters, and I've seen it firsthand during the hurricanes that were taking place along the Gulf Coast, because being with the Department of HUD, they had to put places of refuge for the people that were, and I know people got upset because they were saying, "Oh, they're refugees. They're refugees." It was, like I say, words get twisted around. Refugees in the sense of where your district was, or what we know as your state was, you had to leave. Doesn't mean that you're a foreigner. That just means you need a place of refuge. There were cities of refuge, and Cholula was one of them. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Break down the full definition. Because even when they say that, if you put your emotions aside, that would be the correct terminology. All states are basically countries. You are foreign to that state. That's why I say again, we gotta remove our emotions from words and actually realize what these words mean. If I leave my state and go to another state, that's not my home state. By definition, I'm a refugee. I'm not in my home state.
And you'll see exactly what happened and why Cholula was one of those spots, because it gets back again. What did the people say? What does it translate to? It is a place of flight from those from the waters. We getting back again to the event of the cataclysmic flood. They left where they were and knew that Cholula was a place of refuge. They are giving you a timetable based upon events. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. I keep telling you, the Americas are the timekeepers, the place of the timekeepers. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep reading, because it's going to get good today. This is the last day of what we call 2020 or 2019 or whatever, because brother No Sellout already told we always in 2020. In case you don't know, in China, they already in 2020. So go ahead. Read.
Okay. The messengers were children who were decapitated in order to send them on to the next world in front of what is now called the altar Canafrida.
Altar con ofrenda. Altar con ofrenda means the altar with offering, or the altar of offering.
Huh. Was found one such offering, 2 children with severely deformed skulls who had been beheaded. All right.
Now, keeping up with what Brother James and I have been saying, do they know that these young children were beheaded?
No. Well, I think they're making speculation.
Exactly.
They are. The line before just said they sacrificed children, but the only evidence they found is 2 bodies.
Right.
Well, question. So how can you quote that they sacrificing children?
Right.
And why would you sacrifice your children? Isn't that killing off your future population?
Right. And see the blurb in there about
the
blurb in there about deformed skulls gives a suggestion. Oh, well, these were deformed children, so we did away with those. That's what you may have seen in Sparta. That's what you may have seen in other cultures. But remember, they're trying to relate what was going on here to other cultures and how other cultures did things, and that's not necessarily the case.
Right.
What was the
Yeah,
way
you can
of
only
people
debate.
in Europe? Right. Europe and Africa and Asia and so forth was not necessarily the way of the American. Like Brother James just said, you know, if you send children as messengers, you save you make sure they get out of a bad situation. You're not going to sacrifice them in that bad situation.
And the deformed
So we have to-
skulls. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Now, I'm just going to say, so we have to make sure that as we read this stuff, we don't just assume when they say, well, such and such was sacrificed, or such and such died, or such and such just disappeared. We can't just take that at face value. We have to keep asking questions.
And when they mention
I'm sorry,
that,
Brother
no, you're fine. That ties right in. And with the deformed skulls, again, I'm giving you a little bit of culture. The deformed skulls, and I keep going back to this because it's not the first spot, but it's the most preserved area. So I said, taking your time to take a journey to Mesoamerica and stop in Chichen Itza and go to these places, La Venta, go to Bonaparte. So get to the Temple of Bonaparte, you will see again the paintings of the battles that took place, and then you'll see paintings of the tributes that took place, or paying the taxes. I don't want to get into that today because I know. Anyway, you will see that the headgear that they had on was very detailed, and it would be very heavy. So when children were born, if you were a part of that, and I hate to use the terminology royalty, but if you were a part of that royal family, going into knowing that you were going to become a seke, they would shape your head like a cone so your crown wouldn't come off. Because if you lost your crown, you've lost rulership. Now you could take, of course, they would take their crown off. They wouldn't wear it all the time. But look at the headgear, and they would tell you the shape of the head was able to keep that headgear on. That's why they're letting you, well, the people that are writing this, they're getting the stories from the people, but they're not giving you, I said, it's a difference between actually getting into depth and talking to the wise ones and the elders. And then they will give you information enough to where you could jot down some things. But if you don't understand the culture, they're not going to go into details on certain things. They're only going to tell you that, like, well, say, oh, we found the deformed skulls. The skulls were shaped by the mothers because they knew that they were next in line to be the caciques. That's all it is. I yield the mic.
And some mothers do that to this day. Shape the head of their babies so they can have that smooth around instead of have that little egg in the back. So kids that are mean to just pop in the back of your head. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I digress.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah. My son is almost 2 years old, and my mom told me from the time he was born, shape his head, make sure it's shaped like you need it to be. She was like, because I shaped your head, so you need to shape his. So that's still a thing, even with our people right now.
Didn't mean to throw you off, Sister Gabrielle Union. Read.
Okay. Cholula maintained an uneasy alliance of sorts with Tenochtitlan. The two cities arranged ritual flower wars. The ritual. Okay, hold on. Okay, so the ritual of the Aztec flower war all started with Tlaxcala, an emperor of the Aztec Empire. Tlaxcala. Oh, wait a minute. Brought the empire to the height of its power in the 1400s. He began to rewrite the history of the Aztecs, burning old history texts and emphasizing that his people were the chosen of the gods. Before the start of the Aztec flower war, or more properly the flowery war, the Mexicas were already a warrior people and very religious people. The men were hired out as soldiers, and so they were useful but also feared. Their god Huitli.
Yeah, so when you got a long word like this, you probably want to break it down into its pieces. Huitzilopochtli. Huitzilopochtli.
Huitzilopochtli. Okay.
Yes.
Was a god of war, the sun god. Though the Aztecs actually had dozens and even hundreds of gods, more as the years went by and new peoples were conquered. Tlacaelel. What is the what Superman's family name?
That was the House of El. Superman in particular, well, Superman's father was Jor-El, and he was Kal-El.
He was Kal-El. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Emphasize the allegiance in
Huitzilopochtli.
Okay.
Huitzilopochtli.
Okay. Are you making the "w" sound with the H?
We. Like in Spanish, the H is silent.
Okay.
Huitzilopochtli.
Huitzilopochtli.
Yes.
Okay. The Aztec were chosen to nourish the gods, and this had to be done with blood. New prisoners would need to be captured to provide this blood, though the Aztecs themselves at times provided it. This meant a strong sense of purpose for Aztec Empire, a state of constant warfare, and a reign of fear. The Aztec Flower Wars begins. To the east of the growing Aztec Empire was the city of Tlaxcala. Tlaxcalans were a powerful people who shared their culture and language with the people of the Aztec Empire proper. They were closely related with the empire, though never actually conquered by it. An agreement was made by the Tlaxcalans to have ritual battles called Chochiyayot.
The X, like if you look at the she, the XI, the she people.
Got it.
Xochiyayot. Xochiyayot.
Xochiyalot.
Yaot. Yeah, and that's part of why a lot of these names end up getting changed, because this wasn't very easy for people from what's considered the West to pronounce.
Right.
So, but when you see an X, that'll have a sound. Excuse me.
Okay.
Xochiyayot.
Okay. Xochiyayot. Or the Flowery Wars, commonly called the Aztec Flower War. The goal of these battles would not be taking land or killing the enemy, but simply capturing prisoners.
Where
the
you at?
Prisoners in my house.
Reading.
The Aztec Flower Wars.
She clicked on that other link dealing with the Aztec Flower Wars.
No one I couldn't find what she was doing.
What it is going to these wars, and you're going to find out this event is the same event that was taking place with the Tutuziu or the Tutuziu and the Itza. It's the same battle. So when it says they're going to Tenochtitlan and the war that was going on and the uneasiness. Remember, this is just before we start getting into the Spaniards or the Iberians coming over. We were already at war with these people. When you're reading about these people and they say, okay, the people of this land, whatever, just go back and know that these are the Toltecas. That were the foreigners that were taking over. That's why I said it's event driven. The Flower Wars were those coming from Cholula, coming to reunite with the Tutulziu or Tutushu and the Itza to fight the Toltecas. And that's why I say you'll find out later on that the Toltecas sought help from those from what we call China, Asia today. And they came in using their cannons. Timelines, man. Timelines. Event driven. So now, if you could do me a favor, Sister Gabrielle Union, go back to the previous page. That you do, Brother Thomas off. But those get into those Flower Wars. That's why I said anybody that wants to keep talking, and I'm not going to show you a picture and be like, oh, this is what this means. No, you want references along with the culture. I'm gonna give you references because it's time to put all heads to bed. Because y'all want to talk about people sacrificing. So I guess y'all sent y'all sacrificial lamb in here today. Got a mud hole stomped in his chest. Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry. I'm on a tangent. Go ahead.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go.
Do.
Okay.
Whole name Bowser.
Go, Gadget.
So are we going back to the Cholula Pyramid now?
Yeah.
Just checking.
Okay. Being an important sacred centra, even the Aztec leaders went to Cholula to be anointed. Pilgrimages were made to the city for times of worship. The Aztecs believed that the Gilho, one of the giants from their mythology, had constructed the pyramid of Cholula. Interesting. Upon the arrival of Cortez, Cholula was Mexico's second largest city, with a population of up to 100,000 by some estimates. There is some disagreement about what happened next, but it appears that Cortez discovered the alliance between the Cholula and the Tenochtitlan. Perhaps he became aware of a plot against the Spaniards and he decided to make a preemptive attack. As a result...
Can you stop? I'm sorry. Well, no, perhaps. See, this is where this great harlot comes in. This is where the great harlot comes in because she knew all of this. Remember, the great harlot was Tolteca, and her mother remarried. She knew all of this. That's why the Tolteca kept trying to take over Chichen Itza. She knew all of this. She was giving him the events. She was giving him the sacred days. She was giving him the sacred places. He knew all of this. Perhaps. That great harlot. I'm sorry. Again, I'm on a tangent today. Last day of the year. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue reading. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I had to. No, I do mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. That great harlot.
Well, it lines up with it where it says there is some disagreement about what happened next. So what happened next, obviously, it was really significant. And being that even if it's a small amount of disagreement, that means the next set of events are very important.
Yeah, because even to this day, when they keep trying to make statues and paintings of the Great Harlot, they keep putting graffiti over it and tearing those statues down. Even to this day, because they know what she did. It is the Hispanics that are coming in and trying to pay a tribute to her. Because again, Hispanic means that you are paying tribute to who? Your fatherland.
Right.
But the Indians, and I'll say it again, the Indios that are there keep putting graffiti over all of her paintings and tearing the statues down.
Right.
Because they know what she did. The Great Harlot. That's why we can't say her name. Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
No, it makes sense. Okay. Discovered as a result, thousands were slaughtered by the Spaniards. Cortez. Nike Cortez. Are you serious? Okay. Cortez claimed. Huh?
No, I was just agreeing on what you noticed. I was like, yeah, and we rock them.
Right. Like, it's a whole lot. Now, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of things. I'm like, I'm going on my own personal little strike, my own little personal ban. There are a lot of names, and I'm like, hold on. These names are in existence now. Labels, brands, all that.
Paying tribute.
Right.
Right.
Oh,
So,
my
right.
goodness.
So-
You're right.
And like I said, these words have meaning. Who is Nike or Nike?
He's
Who
a
is she?
I thought Nike was a Greek.
Yeah, you're close. The goddess who personified victory. They came
Really?
here wanting to take over. Yes. You don't
Nike
attack.
Cortez.
Right. Remember, just do it. Go and take it. That's what this was about. We're coming to take your stuff.
Wearing the Conqueror's brand every day and bragging about it. Ain't that something?
You just gave me a different perspective in endorsements.
Swoosh.
Mm-hmm. And remember,
that's
it's an
swoosh.
endorsement. What are you endorsing?
What are you endorsing? And keep in mind that swoosh is the ring of Saturn. Quetzalcoatl.
Come on,
so
man.
they are using your own symbolism to conquer you and rule you. But by all means, keep going.
Yeah, he ain't mean. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Cortez claimed 3,000 were slain in 3 hours. That is okay. That's a lot of people in a short amount of time. And if you're fighting in a battle or a war and it's mayhem, are you really going to keep track of time?
Oh, then you finna flip out once you keep reading.
But Conquistador Bernardino Vasquez de Tapia claimed that the death toll was 30 what? It was claimed the death toll was 30,000. What really happened? The massacre had the effect Cortez wanted, and the people of Mexico were much more inclined to surrender. This was okay. The temple was destroyed, and a church was built on the pyramid of Cholula, which the Spaniards seemed to believe was only a large hill. Remember, by now it was overgrown. From the 1930s until today, massive efforts have been made. Okay, so what made them undiscover it? Because if Cortez thought that this was just a large hill, what made them undiscover it? Like, were they doing some excavation of the church that they built on top of it?
Because again, you had the Toltecas controlling that region, and the Toltecas were not about building. That's why every time you read, and we read, it's been about maybe 6 weeks now, maybe a couple of months, when talking about the writers, the journalists that were going out to the West, what they call the West, where you start getting into Louisiana and Texas, and they were saying, oh, well, we thought that these were uncivilized people. We thought that they were savages, and come to find out they had a very complex governmental system in place and building, and discovering that the Natchez were the fortifiers. And because at first the journalists were giving tribute or saying ownership to the Toltecas, and the Toltec was saying, no, we didn't build this. This was already here. The Toltecas didn't build anything. They didn't build a dumb ditty. So when you have people that are leaving, because again, when the Toltecas took over this area, people were leaving. So if those that were actually the builders and the cultivators are leaving that region, and the people that are there are foreigners and have taken over, what happens? Just like with anything, if you've seen the movie I Am Legend, if you don't take care of anything, then vegetation is going to take over. And that's what happened. And again, when they started finding these, when the Spaniards, when all of this happened, let me rewind the tapes. Cortez attacked on a holy day. So no one was prepared, because he knew the customs, he knew the holy days because of the harlot. So I'll say this, and I know people gonna get upset. I know they're gonna do it, but please don't. The Japanese took a page out of the Europeans' book when they attacked Pearl Harbor, which wasn't a part of the United States, because Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, was not a state then. But that's another subject for another time. But the seamen and all the military personnel were celebrating. They were having a Christmas party.
Oh no!
Which is why the one Negro that they don't want to give credit for, played by Cuba Gooding Jr. Shout out to Cuba Gooding Jr. and all the troubles that you have. But you did play a good role. I'll say that. So anyway, that is why he had to take over one of the guns, because they were drunk. See, they don't want to tell you that part of the story. They took a page out of their book by attacking on other people's holy days. That's why it was such a great massacre. And he was coming in the form, because they don't put it in there. So I said, we don't know what happened. He came in the garb and the verbiage of Kukulkan. That is why. So when you're understanding about when they say that Kukulkan is coming back, not necessarily coming back from the sky, what you read in that collection of books called the Bible, is saying the spirit of Kukulkan is coming. And if you don't abide by the laws and governance that were put in place under Kukulkan, then destruction will come. That is why they conceded, because they're saying, destruction did come because we disobeyed the words of Kukulkan. See, they still not telling you the rest of it. That great harlot did so much damage even to this day. That's why we cannot mention her name. I yield the mic. Anybody home?
I'm here.
I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out when they actually discovered that it wasn't a mound. I was trying to. It says the 1900s, but that doesn't give me anything specific.
They not.
It doesn't, because that area is such.
I mean, this is a very large pyramid. This is a
Right,
really huge mound.
Yeah, but I'm going to explain why. Because if you don't keep the land cultivated and you don't keep it landscaped, that the trees and brush grow so quickly in that area. That's very fertile ground.
Right.
So those trees, like I said, they still finding cities, literally cities to this day with mounds that are hidden amongst the forest. Can't see the forest for the trees.
Right.
So they grow. If you're walking on the ground, you can't see them. That's why they're saying all these aerial shots, and they're using Google Earth. Yeah, because you can't see them. The wise ones and the elders knew where they were and know where they are, but who's giving up that information?
So they don't want to tell for sure how they came across.
They don't want to date it.
Right.
Because because no matter what date you put on the pyramids, you know it predates everything else.
I just find it very interesting that from 1500s up until the 1900s, Cortez, the Spaniards, and coming forward, other people outside of the people themselves that were from that area knew it was there, basically. I mean, that's a couple hundred years, you know?
Right. Again, but if you're a wise one, if you're an elder, if you are a Zapot, you had the last name of Zabotec, or the last name today of Zapata. If you're one of those, or if you're one of the Dons, those that use a lot of words, that talk a lot. Like I say, some things just don't translate properly. But those that talk a lot, you're not going to give up that information. You're not, because it's still a holy city. It was still a city of refuge from the times of the great flood, where the water falls from the sky. It's been a sacred place. So I like I say, I guess today is just one of those days. I give the example of Anne Frank. Remember her? She and her family, they were hiding in the attic. Anybody remember that? No? Nobody? Just me?
Yeah,
no.
I remember that.
I remember that.
That was a book that we had
Okay. They were staying in a German home. No one was going to give up that information. You see what I'm saying? So if it is a city and a place of refuge, who's going to give up that information? They're not going to give that information, because they understood that Cortez and all the rest of them, even going back to the Tolteca, were enemies. And this wasn't something that happened. Like I said, you talked about time and all these events. This wasn't a boom bam that the Tolteca came and 30 years later he'll come. No, these battles had been taking place. They had been taking place hundreds of years before. So the Tolteca, and that's why I say they want to try to give you these events that all of a sudden it happened, boom, bam, then the Spaniards came, and no. This had been going on for hundreds of years. So the Toltecas, who weren't landscapers, who didn't care about the place being a sacred place, they just wanted to conquer. That's all they were doing, was conquering. That's all they wanted to do. So the people were leaving that area and say, hey, you can have it. It's yours. Same thing as when you get dope dealers and everybody else moving to your community. Eventually, the people say, hey, I'm out of here. Those that can move out, move out. So now all you leaving are the seniors to fend for themselves and those that financially can't get out. But everybody else just leaves. So then when they leave, that tradition and that history leaves with them. So then people come back and they just start building. You're like, wait a minute. This was our school building. This was a historic landmark. How you turn that down? Well, we didn't know. It was nothing here to designate it. So they just tear it down and build something else. And then they'll take your little pictures and say, oh, here's the original family of this establishment. They still do it today. I yield the mic.
All right, Miss Gabrielle. Yep. Lots more to read. A little time.
Yeah, as you continue reading, you'll get the answer. You'll get your answer by the time you get to the end of it. Because it'll tell you why it's not known.
Gabrielle.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What really happened? The massacre had the effects Cortez wanted, and the people of Mexico were much more inclined to surrender. The temple was destroyed, and a church was built on the pyramid of Cholula, which the Spaniards seemed to believe was only a large hill. Remember, by now it was overgrown. From the 1930s until today, massive efforts have been made to excavate the pyramid. Tunnels were dug inside the structure. About 8 kilometers, 5 miles of them. Right? Kilometers?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And many discoveries were made about the various structures built on top of one another. There are replicas of some of the frescoes. Whoa. That were found for visitors to see. One mural that was discovered is a life-size scene of drinking and inhibration. What's that? Inhibration. What is that? Inhibration. Right?
Nah, I don't know how to look that.
Inebriation. Oh, I haven't ever had to spell that word. Drinking and inebriation. Okay.
Yeah, that was a new one for me. That's the first time I've ever seen that one.
That looks like something else, though.
Yeah, it does. If I had to spell it, I wouldn't have spelled it like that. But go ahead, you good. It may depict the efforts of a drug.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. That literally looks like 4 words. Okay. I'm going forward. Sorry. It may depict the effects of a drugged potion from the period. Visitors can also explore the tunnels alone or with a guide. The base of Cholula Pyramid measures 450 by 450. What is that? Milliliters? Nope. What is that? Miles. Meters. 492 yards and is 66 meters, 72 yards high. Its total volume is estimated at 4.45 million. I do not know what M3 is.
That's meters cubed. That's length times width times height.
Okay, I know that. I just didn't. Okay, there we go. You can read more about what Cholula Pyramid is like today here. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating site to visit and really doesn't get the recognition it deserves as an important historic site and interesting tourist site. Urbanization of the area, interesting. Urbanization of the area encroaching on the pre-Hispanic site kept Cholula and its pyramid off the list of the World Heritage Sites. Still, there is no site like it in the world. That's interesting.
Because they didn't know about it, and they don't want the people to know what's going on. I want you to just focus on that picture for just a moment. I want you to notice the features in that picture on that stone.
Mm-hmm.
You will find these round stones all over. And they be like, oh, it's just a round boulder. The enemies started sanding those down, smoothing those out, trying to get rid of it. But look at those features on that stone.
Yeah.
So when you go down there, you'll see a place and it's marked with a stone, but the stone originally had faces carved in, detailed faces. And you'll see the big eye. Like I said, that's the big eyed or the bug-eyed one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the fullness of the lips?
Mm-hmm.
This is what you're going to find all over when they tell you the people that built these places, these giants that they're talking about that came before them, which is why I say again, if you're talking to the right people and you say the magic word and you go and you talk to the curators of the historic museum in Mexico City and you mention Mother Civilization, they're going to say, oh, the Olmec. And then they'll tell you something like, oh, no written record of dealing with the Olmec, blah, blah, blah. And they'll leave it there because it's going to get back to a people that did keep details, very good details and very good records of who they were, where they were going, and their journeys on this planet. It was very detailed. They keep trying to fool us, but those of us that know the culture and know what was going on, and I say again, because when the Chinese came, it wasn't all of them. I want to put it that way. The group of Chinese that became united with the Tolteca, those were the ones that came with cannons. And that's why, again, I cannot stress it enough that you will see some of the Olmec heads with these indentions because they kept shooting at them and they couldn't destroy them. So they dug deep holes and pushed them into the ground. That's why when Cortez came on the scene, he had no clue. He didn't know what was going on. He's just seeing certain places, and he knew about Cholula. He knew about Chichen Itza, but they couldn't find. That's why you don't hear about them. Oh, we discovered this, and we found that, and we uncovered this, and we uncovered that. It wasn't until the mid to late 1800s that all of these sites that they thought were mythological sites, they find out, oh, these are actually real places. These events actually took place. So this is why you don't find a lot of people, and not to bash on Pan-Africanists again, they don't know this information. They're so focused on Egypt that they'll tell you, if you ask them, they haven't studied anything about the Americas. Zero. So if things are just now being discovered and still being, when I say discovered, uncovered, because they were already there. They're just now coming out, which is why I say again, one of my ancestors was at fault for doing what he did because he thought he was doing the right thing. And that started the snowball effect. But that's another subject for another time. I yield the mic.
So now we can get back to. So James, would you want us to get back to the massacre of Cholula now, or where else would you want us to go?
Yes, sir. Where you were previously, but I want because the discussion was about the massacre of Cholula and what was taking place, and I wanted to give a backdrop on who these people are. So it's not just this blanket invisible. I put it this way: it's real easy to just brush events off,
Right.
when you don't know, when you can't relate it to you, when it's happening to you, when you read about someone else, and we do the same thing today. You'll hear about a bombing somewhere, someone this out of nowhere, someone bombed a group of people, and you be like, oh, for maybe 10 minutes, you'll feel sorry, and then that's it. And afterwards, but then when you start to find out, wait a minute, these are my folk, your perspective changes. So that's why I wanted to give a backdrop on who these people are and why a lot of us left, again, because we went to the lands where our people were and ended up in what we call the southeast of the United States today, and why it was so many of us there, and why there's only remnants that you're finding in Mesoamerica and South America, because we left. And it was a series of events on why we left, because everyone's like, oh, just like some people try to romanticize everything. No, there were battles going on. We won a lot, we lost a few. So I hope that I gave a good backdrop. But yes, sir, you can go back to that. I apologize, but I know everyone wants to spend time with their families and all that. But when we get an opportunity, I'm gonna put something in the back chat, because I've got to put this before this year ends. I've got to put this Indian debate to bed. I yield the mic.
No, you just let me know what you need, and we'll facilitate. No, you did a great job as always. So I have a better understanding of what's going on, and I'm sure you I know you answered a lot of Gabrielle questions, but you also caused that many more. So with that, you're gonna go ahead and get to do some more reading. So Gabrielle, do you need me to read or?
I'm not sure what you meant by that.
Well, he answered a lot of your questions, I'm sure, and then he created some more questions because you're an inquisitive person. That's all. Nothing more. Nothing less.
I mean, I do have more questions.
And that's what I was talking about. That's all.
But can you give me a minute? I gotta find something real quick, please.
All right, I'll go ahead and start reading. Let me change my headphones real quick.
All right, appreciate it.
All right.
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, wait. Am I going back? I'm sorry. The ritual flower wars, right?
No.
Oh.
Spanish conquest.
Yeah.
Of the
we're back there. Okay. Oh, I was not going there at all. Yeah. I'm glad you were paying attention. Yeah.
Oh man, let me go ahead and shout out some of the people that are on YouTube. Grand Rising RL Smith, Grand Rising Lil Yos Rios, Grand Rising Swarth Vader, Grand Rising Pamela Hall, aka my favorite former name, Pamela Hall. So if I missed you, just hit me up and I'll give you a shout out. Alright, now back to our regularly scheduled program. So yeah, Massacre of Cholula. So do you need me to read, Gabrielle, or do you wanna read? I mean, if you need a break, I can give you a break.
Can you give me 2 minutes? Not even 2 minutes. I mean, or like a real 2 minutes, like this in reality, same.
How about we do this? How about I read up until the entry into Tenochtitlan?
Okay, where are you even at right now?
I'm at the house.
I was about to say, you better take advantage, man. Take advantage.
That is not how I talk.
That is not how you talk, but that's what you say. But it's okay. We love you anyway. Nothing but love.
I don't respond like that. Y'all make it sound
you don't,
bad.
because we don't have the same octave, tenor, or 10-12 voice. So yes, not even close. But the words are very similar.
Now the words, all you. That's all you.
Oh, we talking Gabby's words?
Wait.
Is that what we do?
Oh no.
See how that works?
So go ahead and take your time, do what you do. I'm gonna go ahead and read at the house on the computer, looking at the screen.
In his skin, on his block, in his county, in his town, in his city, that's run by the mayor.
What's universally known? Don't ask Gabrielle no questions.
She's gonna give
That
you that
is not
Gabrielle
true.
Given security.
That is not true. Every question asked of me, I literally answered.
Yes, literally.
Literally.
Correct. Literally, yes.
Like, where you at? Home. What you looking at? The screen. What was that? A link?
I don't understand.
Exactly.
What was that? I
Wait,
blinked.
what?
Gabrielle, it's natural to blink. We know you blink.
Okay, I don't understand.
That is my job.
You'll get it when you listen to the rebroadcast. Oh, that's right. We
no.
live today. Look, that's right. We live today. There ain't no rebroadcast. So,
did we get past the first paragraph
we're about
in the massacre of Cholula?
No, I'm reading the first paragraph now.
We didn't even read it.
James Flame, aka Dude Vision,
Mm-hmm.
was breaking down and giving us some backdrop to that. Remember the conversation started with the big payback. What's his big payback?
Oh, we didn't get past the first sentence.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I remember now.
Even though you were the one that was reading the stuff that he said. Anyway,
I told you I get blamed for your stuff.
Mascot.
No.
Yes, go ahead. What you got?
For what?
I was about to read. You said that you get blamed for my stuff. No.
Oh, no. Nope. I caught that tone, so I'm going to go on mute real quick, knock out what I got to knock out real quick, less than 2 minutes, and I'll be able to read.
Okay.
Appreciate that, TMH. Thank you.
Okay. Come on. All right. Massacre of Cholula. There are contradictory reports about what happened at Cholula. Moctezuma had apparently decided to resist with forces the advance of Cortez and his troops. And it seems that Moctezuma ordered the leaders of Cholula to try to stop the Spanish. It seems. Either he did or he didn't. Anyway. Cholula had a very small army because as a sacred city, they put their confidence in their prestige and their gods. According to the chronicles of the Tlaxcalteca, the priest of Cholula expected to use the power of Quetzalcoatl, their primary god, against the invaders. They made it seem like our ancestors were hooky spooky. If you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I was gonna go with your thought that they were more into superstition than seeing what's right in front of their faces. Again, being the savages that believe in superstition and not actual thinking people.
Yeah, but you can't but they can't recreate, meaning the individuals that created this story. They can't replicate the pyramids that was built by these savages.
Exactly.
Check out the timelines again, brother. No, say that timelines. What took place before Cortez came into Cholula. The battle with the Tolteca that had been going on for hundreds of years.
Right.
So no one was there in Cholula. Again, that is why the vegetation took over. No one, it wasn't scarce because we were talking about dealing with Kukulkan. It was the fact that only the remnants remained. Everybody got out of Dodge because the Toltecas had taken over.
Oh.
That's why I said when all these events start to overlap. See, sometimes we look at events separately and not what is taking place simultaneously. The Tolteca had already taken over Cholula. So they said, okay, you won. You want this land, you got it. We're out. So all you had was the remnant to try to defend Cholula. See, they're not, like I said, that's why I wanted to give a nice backdrop so you can see the events that took place prior to Cortez doing what he was doing with the Great Harlot.
Yeah, it does put things in its proper perspective because I'm like, that doesn't even make any sense. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, James. Appreciate you, boss. And Copper Indio. Again, anytime there needs to be a correction on anything stated, please do not hesitate to chime in. Thank you very much. So now I'm on the second paragraph. I'm sorry, Copper, what you about to say?
Oh, no, I just said thank you.
Oh, no, you good, bro. So I'm on the second paragraph that reads, Cortez and his men entered Cholula without active resistance. And now we know why. Only people that were there were the remnants because everybody else had already left because they was like, you want it, you got it. However, they were not met by the city leaders. They were not giving food and drink on the third day. I wonder why. Simpoalans reported that fortifications were being constructed around the city and Tlaxcalans were warning the Spaniards. Finally, La Malinche informed Cortez after talking to the wife of one of the lords of Cholula that the locals planned to murder the Spanish in their sleep.
There's that great whore again. I'm sorry for the kid. Great harlot again.
Yeah. Although he did not know if the rumor was true or not, Cortez ordered a preemptive strike, urged by the Tlaxcalans, the enemies of the Cholulans. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Tlaxcalan.
Tlaxcalans.
Yep.
Tlaxcalans. Thank you, sir. The enemies of the Cholulans. Cortez confronted the city leaders in the main temple, alleging that they were planning to attack his men. They admitted that they had been ordered to resist by Moctezuma, but they claimed they had not followed his orders. Regardless, on command, the Spaniards seized and killed many of the local nobles to serve as a lesson. Alright. Third paragraph. They captured Cholulan leaders Tlacuach and Tlaxiac. And then,
yeah, that's I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Tlaxiac and
Tlaxiac.
Yeah, and Tlaxiac.
And
They sound very similar in pronunciation too.
Yeah. And then ordered the city to be set on fire. Well, good grief. The troops started in the palace of Shaka Yatsin.
Shaka Yatsin.
And then on to
Chalinco and Yetskolok.
In letters to his king, Cortez claimed that in 3 hours' time, his troops, helped by the Tlaxcalans, killed 3,000 people and had burned the city. Another witness, Vasquez de Tapia, claimed the death toll was as high as 30,000. However, since the women and children and many men had already fled the city, it is unlikely that so many were killed. Regardless, the massacre of the nobility of Cholula was a notorious chapter in the conquest of Mexico. 4th paragraph. The Aztec and Tlaxcalteca histories of the events leading up to the massacre vary. I wonder why. The Tlaxcalteca claimed that their ambassador, this is a good one,
Patlahuatzin.
Patlahuatzin was sent to Cholula and had been tortured by the Cholula. Thus, Cortez was avenging him by attacking Cholula. Historia de Tlaxcala por Diego Munoz Camargo, LIB 2 CAP 5 1550. What is that? LIB, is that like a page in a book or?
Yeah, that's part of a library.
Okay.
Writings.
It says the Azteca version put the blame on Tlaxcalteca, claiming they resented Cortez going to Cholula instead of Hujozinco. So they wanted him to go to Hujozinco instead of Tlaxcalteca?
Yeah, Huexozinco.
Huexozinco.
Yep.
Did they ever say why?
No, at least not here. It probably is in this book here. Historia de Tlaxcala.
Alright. Hopefully that's a little bit louder. Charles Clark said turn my mic up. Mike Easton wants to know what language is this?
Now, with these words, these strange-looking words, these are almost all Anahuac. And you have some Spanish mixed in, but these are the Spanish terms are the names of the conquistadores, but like the Tlaxcalteca, like those figures, like those names are all from Anahuac.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, Nahuac, if I remember correctly, Nahuac.
Better pronunciation than what I would have said. Okay. So 6th paragraph. It says the massacre had a chilling effect on the city-states and groups affiliated with the Aztecs, as well as the Aztecs themselves. Tales of the massacre convinced the other cities in the Aztec Empire to entertain seriously Cortez's proposal rather than risk the same fate. Cortez then sent emissaries to Moctezuma with the message that the people of Cholula had treated him with trickery and had therefore been punished. In one of his responses to Cortez, Moctezuma blamed the commanders of the local Aztec garrison for the resistance in Cholula, and recognizing that his long-standing attempts to dissuade Cortez from coming to Tenochtitlan with gifts of gold and silver had failed, Moctezuma finally invited the conquistadors to visit his capital city, according to Spanish sources, after feeling as though nothing else could be done. And that was the And that was the story of the massacre of Cholula. So they only took out the remnant, but there was enough of a killing to affect the other cities, from what I understand.
Yes, and Moctezuma, we have been given the side of the story that he was this great warrior king, when in actuality he was a coward. He sent the remnant because they knew that they were going to resist Cortez. So he sent the remnant to go and fight. And of course they got slaughtered. And then after they got slaughtered, he turned around and told Cortez he had nothing to do with that. So Moctezuma is not as great as we have been led to believe. He was a coward. He was trying to play both ends. You know how people come in the chat, they be like, peace to the chat. And then all of a sudden, all HE hockey sticks breaks loose behind them. And I didn't do nothing. That wasn't me. I wasn't even there. And you start pulling receipts, and they still try to deny and lie and say they weren't there. I'm sorry. I'm on my tangent again. I'm off the mic.
It's all good. It's the end of the year purge.
I'm back. You want me to finish reading?
Sure.
Where to start?
Entry into Tenochtitlan.
You read all that?
No, I didn't read that yet. You mean the massacre of Cholula? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Copper Indio and James did, and also Bones did such a great job of setting up the background. I mean, there really wasn't much to really talk about, just to refresh our memory about what you had read. So
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Entry into Tenochtitlan. On the 8th of November, 1519, after the fall of Cholula, Cortez and his forces entered Tenochtitlan, the island capital of Mexica Aztecs. It is believed that the city was one of the largest in the world at that time. Interesting. And the largest in Americas up to that point. So that also ties into why, Hernandez didn't want Cortez to be recognized for overtaking the Aztecs.
You mean Velasquez?
Velasquez? Was it Velasquez, or I thought it was Velasquez? Who was the mayor? I thought it was Hernandez was the mayor.
I thought it was Velasquez.
Okay, you could be right. I could be wrong. Absolutely. One of them didn't want, so the mayor didn't want Cortez to succeed in his assigned duty, so to speak, right?
That would stand to reason.
Okay.
EJ Coppertone put in the chat that Moctezuma got stoned and died like a chump.
Really?
Yes, he did. He was stoned to death.
Really?
Traitor. Yeah.
Who stoned him?
His own people stoned him.
Really?
That was us. We stoned him.
Wait, why did his own people stone him?
Because he was a sellout. He was a traitor.
A coward.
Yeah, I get that part. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. The most common estimates put the population at around 60,000 to over 300,000 people. If the population of Tenochtitlan was 250,000 in 1519, then Tenochtitlan would have been larger than every city in Europe, except perhaps Naples and Constantinople. and 4 times the size of Seville.
Stop. That bears repeat.
Like a pyramid kid.
I got a question.
Bam, bam, ba-dam, bam, ba-dam, bam.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, so my question is, did they take all of Europe to attack the Aztecs?
They didn't need to.
This is a lot of people.
Remember what James said? They had people from over in Asia come over and help.
Oh yeah,
Then
yeah.
Then they had the Flaxlaken. Then they had the Toltecs. Then you had Cortez. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm just gonna add to that anytime that you see this kind of thing happening, whether it's happening in Mesoamerica or whether it's happening in North America or South America, anywhere where you have this quote unquote conquest of these major empires and civilizations, it's not just one group coming after another. It's one group aligning itself with another group and another group and another group, all that have interest in taking these people down. Adding to that, people on the inside that know something, like James refers to as the great harlot, the she who shall not be named. They have people on the inside that give them information on how to take everything down. This is a controlled demolition. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's not just, history books tell us this group decides to attack this group and this group bests this other group. It almost never happens like that. It didn't happen like that in Rome. It didn't happen like that in Egypt. It didn't happen like that anywhere. Any of these great civilizations.
And it's not happening like that now with all of these sovereign citizens or these sovereign movements or these sovereign people taking over these tribes, both the woodlands and the plains Indian tribes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you have a bunch of people with a shared interest. They may not like each other necessarily, but they have a shared interest in taking this big group down. Now, and to give some context to this, because it cites these cities in Europe. Napoli in Italy, Naples, was an old Greek settlement that turned into one of the biggest cities in the Italian peninsula. When it's talking about Constantinople is the east capital of old Rome. So when ancient Rome split into 2 pieces, Roma was the western capital, and Constantinople was the eastern capital. These are massive cities. This is where the seat of what was considered European intelligence, technology, and culture were all at a nexus. Plus, given the fact that it was a port city, you've got a massive population, and these in this area they're talking about has a population that rivals all of these places. Same with Sevilla in Spain. Massive populations. So by that alone, you can tell these are not. And see, they use the amount of people that were there and say, well, these were great warriors because they took down these civilizations with all of these people in. No, not so much. Like you said, they were cowards. They used information however they could get it, allied themselves with other people they didn't necessarily like, care for, or really should have been allied with, but they got a shared enemy, so they get together and conspire. This is where the conspiracy comes in. That's a dirty word, but that's what this is, a conspiracy. And you always got people to thank who leave the gate open. We're on both sides. Like we said before, we're on both sides of this. We're the people that fought to survive, and we're also the people that sold ourselves out. That's the only way this happens. Same with North America. The only way they were able to take these tribes down was from within. Using tribes against tribes. Dividing tribes and pitting them against each other. So I'll yield the mic, but you can see the pattern here.
Ready to read some more, Gabrielle?
Yeah. To the Aztecs, Tenochtitlan was the altar for the empire, as well as being the city for Quetzalcoatl, which would eventually return to. To the Aztecs, Tenochtitlan was the altar for the empire. Okay. As well as the city of Quetzalcoatl, which would eventually return to. Okay. Cortez welcomed by Montezuma. Excuse me. All right. Upon meeting, Hernan Cortez claimed to be the representative of the Queen, Donna Juana of Castile. Castile was a military installation, right?
Right. Castle or Alcazar.
Okay, yeah. And her son, King Carlos I of Castile, and Holy Roman Emperor Charles that's the fifth? V is 5, right? Or no, V is 10?
V is 5.
V is 5, okay. Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, all Spanish royalty, had then made an appearance. Okay, so Cortez claimed to be the representative of the Queen. So he claimed to be the representative of Donna Juana. She's the Queen. He claimed to be the representative of her, right? And her son, Carlos. Okay. Shahugan reports that Montezuma welcomed Cortez to Tenochtitlan on the Great Causeway. Okay, the causeways were the bridges, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The Great Causeways, Jolak. Okay. The chiefs who accompanied Montezuma were Montezuma were Cacama, king of Texcoco, Titlapan Quartzlin, Quartzoltin.
Titlepan Quetzaltin.
Okay, so it's Ke.
Okay. Titlepan Quetzaltin.
Titlepan Quetzaltin.
Right.
King of Tlacopan. That's too many vowels. It's Quotzen. Is that right? It's Quotzen. The Tlacochcalcat, Lord of the Tlaclaco. Oh, Tlaclaco. I can remember now.
Tlatelolco. Yeah, you had to break these down into syllables to get an idea of how they sound, because they are in English they do look very long and confusing.
Okay. Tlacloco and Tapantemoc. Montezuma's treasure in Tlacloco. Montezuma and his chiefs were adorned with blazing gold on their shoulders with feathers and jewels. On the causeway where the two groups met, enormous numbers of people from Tenochtitlan watched the exchange. Montezuma went to greet Cortez with his brother, Lahak, and his nephew, Kakamatsen. Interesting. So it wasn't just his family, because Kaka means poop.
Aha! He was given the name by the original people of that land. He was given that title.
Kaka. Kaka. Sorry.
So now you realizing what's really going on. That's why I say again, they're talking about a remnant. And when they tell you that all this stuff is faded, I'm going to give you a nugget on when they attacked. And that's why they found the artifacts and the paintings and everything that's chiseled in stone of them having a celebration. It is what is translated in English, the Day of the Dead, the Dance of the Dead, the Dance of the Devils. They chose that day to attack because that's the day of strong drink. Ask me how I know. Again, Rabbit Clan. And the taking in of a plant that you know today as marijuana. They still do this today. It's celebration and everybody, because it is a day of the dance of the devils. And when you look that up, they're going to tell you that it's an African dance on the surface. But when we get an opportunity, I know this is going into triple overtime, but it's going to break down the origin of the Indios, the Indian. And this is what we called ourselves. I'm going to put our heads to bed today. Going to do it today. So
well, do it live. We're doing it live.
I just had a thought though. I got a question. Okay. So with you saying Indios and Indian, this is what just clicked. And so just correct me if I'm wrong in thinking. Indian, would it not equate to the same thing as me telling you I'm from California, so I'm a Californian? Or if I'm from North Carolina, so I'm a North Carolinian? Or from Georgia, and so I would be called a Georgian? Or from Florida, exactly. I would be called a Floridian?
Exactly. That A, what we translate into English as AN at the end, is possessive of saying this is where I am from. This is who I am. But we're going to get in because people start to say, no, the Spanish came and they thought they went India. So they started calling us Indians. I'm going to put all heads to bed. I gave you a nugget with the dance of the devil. This was the day that Cortez attacked because he knew through the great harlot that people were going to be intoxicated because it was a day of celebration. You're dancing in the streets.
Dancing in the streets.
This was a time I equated to. This is the time that people are at an HBCU and it's Battle of the Bands, that would be the time that someone would attack. Because the focus is on what? The celebration and the Battle of the Bands and all of the, which I don't subscribe to, but all of the Greek shows that go on with it when you're having the Battle of the Bands. That was what that attack was equivalent to. So they catching you when you're the most vulnerable. You don't expect it to happen, and you see it on TV all the time. They talk about, oh, the terrorists come, and they always focus on what? Sporting events. Super Bowl, World Cup soccer events. This is nothing new. Nothing new. So I'm gonna drop something in the back chat. And Brother Copper India, I told y'all he was the Grudge, just crushing windpipes. I'm gonna put something in the back chat. It's gonna fall in line, and it's gonna tie into what we called ourselves. I already put a snapshot in the back chat on the word and where it's coming from, but what we called ourselves and this dance that they try to say is African, and it's not, because they don't talk to the people of the culture. They just look at the dance and be like, oh, it's got to be African, but Africans don't dance like that, except for the ones that came bringing that red and yellow corn.
They don't dance no more. They don't dance no more.
Didn't mean to interrupt the flow. Go ahead, but that's the day that Cortez attacked. The first attack on Cholula was the day of the dead, and he knew that, for the dance of the dead, and he knew that, and he came in the form of Kukulkan. That's what had the people shook. But the remnant knew, because they knew about the great harlot and tried to fight him, but it wasn't enough for them. I yield the mic.
All right, so time to get it in. Time to put all heads to bed.
Okay.
Grand Rising Shia Code 2. I'm sorry, go ahead, Gabrielle.
Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, you can finish.
No, I was just giving Shia Code 2 Grand Rising because they came in to the YouTube channel, so I just want to greet them. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Moctezuma went to greet Cortez with his brothers. Okay, and his nephew Kaka Matson. Cortez strode,
yes.
Ahead of his commanders, and attempted to embrace Moctezuma, but was restrained by Kotlahak and Kaka Matson. Cortez was not.
No, it's Quitlawak.
Thank you.
Quitlawak
and Kaka Matson. Cortez was not permitted to touch the emperor, nor one was allowed. Oh, no one was allowed. Montezuma went to embrace, so like hug, right? Or shake hands? Something which will require him to reach out and physically touch him, right?
Yes.
Okay. After greetings, Moctezuma personally dressed only Cortez in a priceless... Hold on. After greetings, Moctezuma personally dressed only Cortez in priceless feather work flower, a golden jewelry-studded necklace, and a garland of flowers. Moctezuma then brought Cortez to the shrine of the goddess Totsi, where he gave him a more private greeting. In which he practically gave the Aztecs empire to Cortez. Am I thinking too much on this part?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He's Kukulkan.
Yep.
So he's putting the garb on him.
Oh,
Turning
okay.
it
Right.
over. He's turning the empire over, and I hate using that word but empire over to Cortez.
Got you.
Right.
Because he's Kukulkan. So he's saying, you're greater
Right.
than me. That's why he took him into the holy place.
Oh, got you. Okay. Thank you. Whew. Okay. In which he practically gave the Aztec Empire to Cortez, as he reportedly said that it was his desire to serve. A fragment of the greetings of Moctezuma says, "My lord, you have become fatigued," which is tired, right? Fatigued, exhausted, drained.
Yes.
You have become tired. To the land you have arrived. You have come to your city, Mexico. Here you have come to sit on your place, on your throne. Oh, it has been reserved to you for a small time. It was conserved by those who have gone, your substitutes. This is what has been told by our rulers, those of whom ruled this city, that you would come to ask for your throne, your place, that you would come here, come to the land, come and rest, take possession of your royal house, give food to your body. You know, similar words like this was said in the in that movie, Road to El Dorado.
That is correct. The Road to El Dorado and The Man Who Would Be King, very similar stories that you see in film, and you see variations of those still told today, but that is this story here. The foreigner, the outsider comes in, and because of a lack of understanding of who this individual or who this party is, sees that individual or individuals as God, in this case, Kukulkan. And so they essentially roll out the red carpet and say all is yours because they believe that to be God. At least as a myth would tell it.
Right. Moctezuma had a royal palace of
Ashayakat.
Ashayakat. Okay, Ashayakat was the sixth Tony of the Altepe of Tenochtitlan and the ruler of the Aztec Triple Alliance. Moctezuma's father prepared for Cortez. On the same day that the Spanish expedition and their allies entered Tenochtitlan, Moctezuma came to visit Cortez and his men. What happened in this second meeting remains controversial. Here we go again. According to several Spanish versions, some written years or decades later, Moctezuma first repeated his earlier flowery welcome to Cortez on the Great Causeway, but then went to explain his view of what the Spanish expedition represented in terms of Aztec tradition and lore, including the idea that Cortez and his men, pale, bearded men from the east, were the return of characters from Aztec legend. At the end of this explanation, the emperor pledged his loyalty to the King of Spain and accepted Cortes as the king's representative. According to Diaz, Moctezuma said to Cortes, as for your great king, I am in his debt and will give him what I possess.
That's a lot. He's basically giving him everything that he has. So he's pledging to give him everything that he has just because he's in case of mistaken or stolen identity.
Right.
It was official changing of the guards.
Mm.
Kind of funny you'll label it identity theft today.
So James, when do you want us to start reading the stuff that you put in the back chat?
Oh, you can get right into it. Matter of fact, if you could reverse those links, if you could read the second link first, because this is going to get into, like I say, that when you understand the great harlot and what she did and the importance of these days, that Cortes knew when to attack. He knew exactly when to attack. He knew exactly how to dress. He knew exactly what to say because she groomed him. And this was the changing of the guards, but those, because again, no matter what happens, there's still a remnant. The remnant knew the truth, which is why I have dubbed Moctezuma Sly. From Sly and the Family Stone, that's why they stoned him to death. Like I said, they don't tell you the rest of the story. They don't tell, oh, Moctezuma, and he did this, and Moctezuma the second, not Moctezuma the first. Moctezuma the second was the one, like I said, he was the one that did all of this because he was a weak leader. He was weak. You're going to send those remnants because you think it's keeping the peace. Then you're going to send Cortes all of these gold and copper and everything else to try to appease him because you thought it was going to work. Not going to work.
So you wanted me to pull up Diablos de Kajinka Kaliapa?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So I got it up. You want me to read it? I'll go ahead and read it. Alright. Let me shrink this a little bit. It says Diablos de Guajin
Kwahini Quilapa.
Kwahini Quilapa. Diablos de Kwahini Quilapa. Yeah, that sounds a lot better than what I was gonna say.
Probably.
It says in the Mexican West, more precisely in the Costa Chica, the Afro-Mexican, stop. The Afro-Mexican, you mean the melanated Mexican? You mean the original Mexican? You mean the Yucatan? You mean the Olmec? You mean the Uli? Okay, I'm sorry.
Correct.
This area, the African and Mexican territory was settled. This area arose during the process of colonization when the Spaniards brought African people with them as slaves. Wrong. They brought African people, but they weren't the Africans that you thinking. They were the Iberians. Now that we got that established.
Oh, you're going to even find out that they weren't even Iberians.
What?
that they brought. Yeah, it's gonna get. Yeah, you go ahead, because the next link is gonna clear it up, and it's gonna get into who are these Indians. So when people saying that we're not Indians and they may look like us, and they're telling you they can claim say I'm Aboriginal but I'm not Indian, they are telling you who they really are. Go ahead, continue.
During the days of freedom granted to them by their planters, the slaves went out to celebrate and dance. We know that they're not talking about. Anyway, I'll just continue to read. These were days in which they could resume their customs and traditions, stemming from their African roots. Wrong. Which were getting lost little by little as they were forced to assimilate to the way of life of their masters. The Danza de Diablos, Dance of the Devils, was the main dance of that moment. It is a ritual dedicated to the black god Ruja, whom they honored and asked for help. Ruha. What did I say? Anyway, thank you. Whom they honored and asked for help to break them free from their harsh working conditions. This is why, at the beginning of the dance, he is invoked with respect and reverence, with the shout of Ura.
Ura.
Ura. So I gotta roll the R. Ura.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why they look like Chupacabra? I'm saying.
You gotta say it from the.
Who was that? That was a Marine.
Like you mean it.
Hoorah!
Hoorah! Just like they do at the Greek step shows. That's
hoorah.
The Marines, same thing.
This sounds like the same thing the Marines say.
Hoorah. Yep.
Hoorah. We say that too in the Army. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh yeah.
You gonna find
Come
out.
on, man.
Today we gonna close it out right. Close it out right.
That's right. Remember now, in Spanish, that H isn't pronounced. So the hoorah that you have written in English is hoorah.
Hoorah. Come on, man.
So I told you, grab your wife, grab your kids, grab your grandkids, grab your granny, everybody else that's listening, frenemies, enemies, foes, even you. You know who you are. Let's keep thumb down in the chat. Even you. Get your counsel. Get everybody. Because you're going to learn today. You're going to close it out. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You bring your peoples with you.
And make sure your peoples is there. Because you might.
Afterwards, we're going to serve you pancakes.
Pancakes? Yeah, pancakes.
That could go so many ways.
I wasn't ready for that one.
Hey, A2, you got a towel? It's kind of hot out here.
The dance is performed by a group of 24 dancers in 2 columns. I was guessing. The dancers used to be only men, but today women, though few, also dance. There is a Major Devil, or El Viejo, the old man, and his wife, La Minga, or La Vieja, the old lady, the mother of the devil. They all wear masks of wood or cardboard with a deer antler hair, horsehair beard, and animal's jaws. The greater devil is always more elegant and uses chaps. Isn't that what cowboys wear?
Uh-huh.
I told you, we putting our heads to bed today.
There are also 3 musicians who play the harmonica, the caracas, donkey or horse's jaw, and a boat or tigrera. Tigrera. Is that right? Tigrera?
That's right.
That when rubbing with a hand produces a sound like the roar of the tigers. Oh man.
The cat people. Go ahead. Keep reading.
The dance of the devils is a dance of rebellion and protest. The manifestation of the culture forces that Olmec Toltec represented. This is why they asked the landowners to let them dance, but the church did not accept them as people and prohibit them to dance to the saints or to God. They were only allowed to dance to the devil.
Oh, the Holy Ghost.
They were only allowed to dance to the devil, so that's what they did. Creating the identity of the devil that is realized through the mask, the sound and choreographies that are made are the syncretism of the Olmec with the indigenous, giving rise to the emergence of the first Olmec traditions. Because I am not saying no dago Afro-Mexican.
But isn't this like the Holy Ghost when people catch the Holy Ghost in church?
Y'all gonna learn today. And they say, what? He got the spirit. She got the spirit. And it's the same dance of the stomping of the feet. And then the drums start hasn't changed. Go ahead, keep reading. I'm sorry. You own it.
No, you good. This series is part of a bigger project called Jayakot, meaning mask in Nuak, in which I visually explore Mexican syncretism through mask dance. This project is being developed with thanks to the Lucy Foundation Scholarship and Women Photograph Grant. I wanted to point this out right here because that's interesting. This project is being developed with the thanks of the Lucy Foundation Scholarship and Women's Photograph Grant. So it sounds like someone's using foundations and grants to get some things done, such as promote history.
Their interpretation of it. Yep.
So if they can do it, that means we can do it too, right?
Yes, sir. To tell our side of the story, because they're using that dance and using the photography and all this stuff, those foundations, because they're saying, look, these are African. So now they tell everybody you're African because the people are coming in and they're talking to the people in the land, and then they're showing the photos and say, look, these are African dances. But when you actually talk to the people of the area, when you talk to the wise ones and the elders, they won't mention anything about Africa. Nothing. And then when they say, well, and then they'll ask them, well, where do you come from? And then they'll look at them and say, well, where do I come? And they say, well, I don't know. All I know is we've always been here. That's how they're going to respond to you as it's translated into English. Right. They didn't come from anywhere because, again, the Americas are interconnected. Now, if you could do me a favor and click on that second link, because now you're going to find out that these were not Iberians that they were bringing over, and these were not Africans. Going to put our heads to bed.
All right, am I coming in better now? Because at first they said I was coming in low. So hopefully I'm coming in better. Let me do this.
You were coming in loud and clear on my end. I think because they were probably up dancing and shouting. They probably couldn't hear you. Now sometimes you got to turn the TV up.
All right, so...
Wait, before you begin, Nature's Null and Void is asking who is the great harlot. I cannot mention her name, but if Brother Thomas, if you can mention her name for Nature's Null and Void in the chat.
Right. The great harlot is La Malinche. She was a Toltec who ended up marrying Cortez, bearing a child named Martin or Martine by him, and giving the secrets to the Aztecs and Chichen Itza, so that Cortez knew to come as Kukulkan. That's how he was able to defeat the Aztecs with her help, because she groomed him, she gave him the information, she knew the inside scoop, because she was from those tribes. And when when her and her people got basically banned to a Caribbean island, when Cortez came here, or came to the Mexico the first time and got mollywopped, he actually retreated to the island where she was at, and that's when they started collaborating. And within a year's time, he knew the language and he knew the secrets. So that's why she is called the Great Harlot. Now, for those that are in Mexico that are of a Spanish descent, they consider her to be a hero because of her, they are celebrating their fatherland, which is Iberian Peninsula, or the place that we know as Spain. For those that are Latino or Latina or Latinx, as they are called in some circles, they can't stand her. So you have two people on one place that are at odds over this Lama Leche. Did I do that explanation any justice, James?
Spot on, sir. I appreciate you.
My pleasure. So now we are on to Diablada. And it reads, the Diablada Danza de los Diablos, Dance of the Devils, is an original and typical Andean dance characterized by the mask and devil suit worn by the performers.
Wait, stop. Go back and read that. Just go back and read that first sentence again. Read that again.
It says, Diablada or Danza de los Diablos is an original and typical Andean, Andean dance.
What's Andean?
That's from the Andes, but we're going to get to why Andes is called Andes. Is just the Spanish translation of Indian. Come on, son. You're going to find out who is who. What they call themselves. We're going to get to it. Go ahead. I just wanted to put that out there. So these dancers were not African. They were from where?
The Andes.
That's in South America.
Yes, Peru. And some people like to always mention Corral Supe.
Indios.
Corral Supe. What? Corral Supe. When they talk about, that's the oldest of the pyramids, Corral Supe.
Shout out to the
So you should know what the people of Corral Supe call themselves, and all of them collectively what they call. But we're gonna get there in just a minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wait.
I yield the mic.
I got a quick question. Where's the Inca Empire at?
In South America. But here's the kicker. The Incas, they will tell you, just like the Azteca will tell you, just like the Maya will tell you, they didn't build anything. It was already there. The Baleen, I keep trying to tell people, out of one, I became two. Out of two, I became four. That is why that area in South America is called the Four Corners, the original Four Corners that you see Kukulkan carrying that turned into the form of the cross. But we're going to get there in a minute. I yield the mic.
Debunk that. Moving on. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, the dance is a mixture of religious theatrical presentations brought from Spain and Andean religious ceremonies such as the Yama Yama dance in honor of the Uru god Ti, protector of mines, lakes, and rivers. And
wait, stop. That Uru gets back to that Ura. Same people. And why they talk about the Yama gets back to why they call the Lama. Go back and watch an Emperor's New Groove. He's a Lama. He's supposed to be dead. Y'all gonna learn today. Putting all his debate. Cusco.
And the Amaran miners ritual to Anchanchu, a demon spirit of caves and other isolated places in Bolivia. Etymology. The name was consolidated in Oruro from 1784 to 1944, where masked groups which participated in parades dressed in devil costumes came to be known as Diabladas. Okay. In 1904, the first group with the label Diablada originated the great traditional authentic Diablada Oruro, which a defined music dress, choreography, and plot. This period culminated with the founding of new groups of Diabladas in 1944, consolidating the denomination. History. Oruro, Bolivia, its earliest record found in pre-Hispanic times.
So how could the Spanish bring that? How could they blend that in when we reading about pre-Hispanic times?
Meaning
they were
before,
already doing this dance.
Right, meaning before Iberia, or the place people are erroneously calling Spain. I know, right? Lil Yossi says TMH almost said you're massive. So, what was that? Okay, it says, Oruro, Bolivia, its earliest record found in pre-Hispanic times. The dance of Yama Yama in worship of the Uru god Tiu. Dance subsequent ironically devoted Aymara language of Uru's dance dressed as devils, as recorded by Ludovico Bertonillo. Ethno-historical development process of disguise and the dance of Diablada fall into three periods, according to the document sent by Carnaval de Oruro to the Organization of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Good grief, UNESCO. Proclaimed as one of the masterpieces of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity. Periods of 1606 to 1789, 1789 to 1944, and 1944 to 1960. Potsi, Bolivia. The dance could have had its beginnings in another city of modern-day Bolivia, such as the city of Potasi. Back then, a mining settlement during the Spanish conquest, from where it later spread to Oruro and other parts of Altiplano. It's funny how they make this a side note and say they could have possibly come from someplace else. Julie Pero. The Diablada would have been introduced in 1576 to the native Lupacas people of Julie, located near Lake Titicaca in the Altiplano of present-day Puno, Peru, and from there it allegedly spread to other parts of the Spanish domain in the Americas.
And that puño is where you're going to get that word that I can't say because, kid-friendly show, but you know what I'm talking about, which gets back to Punti, the land of Punt, Queen Iti. We're going to put our heads to bed today. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good. Native American roots. The debate about patrimonial identity of the Diablando concerns its roots as well. Chilean and Peruvian organizations suggest that since this dance is inspired in Indian civilizations previous to the formation of the current national borders, it should belong equally to the three nations and the Andean states, such as Argentina, Ecuador as well. Andean such as Argentina and Ecuador as well. Bolivian culture organizations and government label this as an unlawful cultural heritage appropriation and consider that the declaration of the Carnaval de Oruro as one of the masterpieces of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity gives Bolivia and the city of Oruro support on this claim. Bolivian scholars such as Professor of Ethnomusicology and Cultural Heritage Diego Echeverez Torres expressed that the Diablada is not the mere representation of the devils in a defined space, but constitutes the cultural heritage of the city of Oruro with specific actors and environment. It's interesting how they say it represents a cultural heritage. Aymaran Roots Theory. Main article is Diablada Punea. The scholars who defend the theory of Julie Peru identify the roots of this dance with the Aymaran traditions of the Lupacas, based on the written accounts in the 16th century historian and writer Inca Garcilaso de la Vega. The Lupaca natives of Julie in the year 1576 represented their version of the Autos Sacramentales, taught to them by Spanish Jesuit priests. The director of the cultural group, Uyachcani of Peru, Miguel Rubio Zapata, think of that last name, Zapata, during an interview in 2007 with Punian mask maker Edwin Loza Rarachi, proposes linking the Diablada Punea with
Punenya.
the Punenya. Oh, let me let this person in. Oh, yeah. There it is. All right. What was that? It says, he said Punenya, myth of the Anchanchu, a pre-Hispanic Aymara deity. Also, researchers Peter McFadden, Sixto Choque, and Teresa Gisbert state that the Diablada has roots to Aymara narrative of the myth of the Supaya. Then you have the Uru roots theory. After the declaration of the Carnaval de Oruro as one of the masterpieces of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity on 18 May 2001, the UNSECO delegated their ex-ambassador in Bolivia, Ives de la Gabladie de Minorvo, the task to be the moderator of the project, and handed a form to the Bolivian authorities to be filled in coordination with historians and folklorists such as Romero Condarco Morales, Murillo Montaña Aragon, and Fernando Cajias, Alberto Guerrera Gutierrez, Javier Romero, Elias Delgado, Carlos Condarco, Satelian, Marcelo Lara, Zenobio Calizella, Zulma Yegar, Walter Zambrana, and Ascanio Nava. The document elaborated by this group is based in theory that the modern Diablada has roots in the ancient rituals performed 2,000 years ago by the Uri civilization. The study makes reference to a deity named Tiu, who was the protector of the Urus in mines, lakes, and rivers, and in the case of Oruro, the owner of caves and rocky shelters. The Urus worshipped this deity with the dance of the devils, being the Tiu himself the main character. Later his name was Hispanicized as Tio. In English it means uncle. And as product of syncretism, the Tio represents the figure of the devil regretting and becoming devotee of the Virgin of Socavan. Moving on.
Tio means uncle in Polynesian too.
Well, they say we got our DNA is closely most related to those on the Polynesian islands.
That's why I say again, when you use that magic word, and I'm not gonna say it in here because again we have frenemies, but I've used that magic word. So go back and listen to the other live stream. So when you say that magic word, they're gonna know. So to quote Sister Gabrielle Union, when you use that word, you say double cousin. That's how they know you're related. Because if your daddy is my uncle, that makes me what? Your cousin. What up, cuz?
Your grandma and my grandma, I go one day.
During the times of the Tiwanti Suyu, the four administrative entities known as Suyus had their own representative dances during the Edo festival.
Suyu.
Wait. Go back. Go. Hold on. Go back again. What's that word again?
Suyu. So.
No, wait. No.
Okay.
Remember, like Brother Copper Indio has said, big words are made up of what?
Small words.
Small words. Get the first two letters of that word that you just said of the people.
Su?
No, the first two words.
Oh,
the long word.
Are you talking about ta?
Same words you dealing with the Tiu. Same people, but what they call themselves. Now, what's that word in the middle? Give me the letters in the middle. A-N?
H-U-A-O.
Yeah, because that word, that H-U-A is the which is the W before. Now there was the after that H-U, because it really should be a double A. So it's H-U, then what?
A-N.
A-N, and then what?
T-I-N. Or T-I.
Oh, we gonna stop right there. Let's stop right there. And you get to the Suyu. So now you're gonna see these words that start to sound like Asian words over here in the Americas. Can you click on that TU? You don't mind? You click on that. It should be blue somewhere. Click on that.
Talks about the Inca Empire.
But it says what though? It says pre what?
Colombia.
Just say it says
pre-Columbian America.
And then it should also say pre-Inca somewhere. This is why I said that's why it's traveling. I'm telling you, and knowing the culture. But I don't want to hold people up. Maybe we can look at it at another time. But it also goes on from pre-Columbian, then it goes further and says pre-Inca. Pre-Inca, because the Inca tell you again the same thing that the Aztecas tell you and the Maya tell you. That it was people here before they were. They are the children of the mother civilization. I'm not playing anymore. So on there, now there was a screenshot that I put up, and I did it for a reason because I know Sister Gabrielle Union was gonna try to read ahead. Didn't want to do it. I touched on it before, but the shot clock got us some months ago. Do you see that the screenshot?
Yeah.
I shared it in the back chat.
How about the one we got something circled? Oh, hold on. No, that ain't it. Wrong screenshot.
Yeah. It had the
The Diablos.
Yeah.
Talking about this one with this Yamen, North Wind or North Star. Or
Okay, I put it in the back chat again. See, I'm gonna tell you something. Little Chris Brown in there, little Yost, hey yo, excuse me, miss. He already got it in the chat. In case y'all didn't know, he's already ahead of the game. We're gonna put all heads to bed, and we're gonna talk about, because these are the people that America was named after. Maru. Ra. The Ra. Sound of the lion. The big cat. The tiger. The jaguar. Now you gon' people gonna learn today. Amerigo Vespucci. Come on, son.
Pucci.
Ain't that a form of ain't that an Italian shoe, Italian watch or something? Vespucci. Named after Amerigo Vespucci after gonna give you Christopher Columbus. What man is gonna name an establishment that he so-called discovered after another man? Come on, son. Not naming nothing after nobody.
A man
It's Doodleville.
Or a boss.
And for whatever reason, I cannot find it. Where'd you put it? Hold on.
Let me do it again.
Puppy, and we're gonna do it again.
The screenshot. Okay, I got it. Anti-Suyu, Northeast Suyu. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. That's a screenshot because I'm gonna send the whole link. Because I didn't want Sister Gabrielle Union to cheat and start clicking 20 links ahead.
Hey, you cheating, Adam?
What do you mean?
Really?
So if
Cheating like a Patreon member.
If you can read that screenshot for me, because like I say, it's gonna get good. It's gonna get good. So I hope everybody, those that are not even commenting in the chat but are listening, I hope you gathered all your children around the fireplace, because it's gonna get good.
Okay, it says Anti-Suyu spread out to the north and northeast of the Cusco. The Suyu took its name from the Anti region and the anti-ethnic group that inhabited it, Anti, when Hispanicized became Andes. The vast Peruvian Amazon served to restrict the eastern expansion of the Anti-Suyu region. The Incas made few attempts to penetrate beyond the Ceja de Salva, the brow of the jungle that lay on the eastern foothills of the Andean range. They saw the deep jungle as a savage land populated by equally savage people. But the tropical forests east of the Andes did provide a number of important products such as hardwoods used for Inca weapons, feathers, wax, and honey. The jungle was also an important source of medicinal herbs and hallucinogens used in religious ceremonies and rites of passage. Warriors, traders, and explorers ventured east into the dense lowland jungles, but due to the problematic geography, Inca occupation of the region was not a priority. As such, Anti-Suyu remained a comparatively small region with a distinct lack of infrastructure in terms of roads and major settlements. All right, James.
That was a screenshot of the link that I put in the back chat. So if you could open that link, I would greatly appreciate it. And he's also telling you that what they call themselves Anti. Well, you're gonna get Andi, Indian. Mama named him Clay, I'ma call him Clay. Mama said Indian, I'ma call Indian.
Hold it now.
Did your granny say you were Native American or did your granny say you were Indian? Did your granny say you were Aboriginal, or did your granny say you were Indian?
Slow it down.
Ooh. Oh, so we could just go ask that question. We can skip over all the other stuff, right? All the other new terms.
The Tawantinsuyu and the frontiers of the Inca Empire. The Incas divided their empire into 4 parts of Suyus, each extending from the capital city of Cusco, the so-called navel of the earth. Collectively, the Incas referred to their empire as Tawantinsuyu, which can be roughly translated as land of the 4 quarters, or 4 parts together. These 4 regions were known as Chinche-Suyu, Ente-Suyu, Kunti-Suyu, and Galo-Suyu.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please. It's driving me crazy every time you say it and nobody said something. I guess I want to say double cousin, if you know what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna wait.
So, Suyu sounds very familiar. I'm called out a lot lately. Most times it sounds like it's a word that's used in affiliation with certain types of groups. I'm just saying. It's driving me crazy. Because it sounds so familiar. And tribally affiliated, so to speak.
Because they take certain words, but they're not giving you the origin of what they mean. In Suyu, you will find it in China as, who was the little girl that they were trying to save in rush hour? What's her name?
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Don't keep
when
it waiting.
you walk by every night, talking straight on nothing by, I get kind of hectic inside.
She said, what took you so long? Come on.
And Su Young is all grown up. Bush Hour 3, she was all grown up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Brother Thomas. Go ahead. Because this is what collectively they call themselves.
Okay.
Collectively. Go back to that word, collectively. What did they call themselves?
Collectively? Okay, you just lost me. What am I doing? Okay, where am I?
And the subject line, it tells you what that whole piece is about. This is what the mother civilizations, when they came together, meaning the 4 corners, going in the 4 cardinal points, which is why the Spaniards, or AKA the Catholics, when they came over, were able to infiltrate the church. And now you're gonna realize why so many of us are more spiritual / religious than any other group of people on the planet. They've already done the research. Why? Because the form of the cross is the 4 cardinal points. We talked about that before. On a compass, you have the wheel within a wheel, and then you have the cross, which make up the 4 cardinal points: north, south, east, and west. Kukulkan is carrying a cross because he's saying to represent all coming together of all 4 corners of the earth. You hear them say that all the time. You sail to the 4 corners of the earth. Come on, son. When you open up the article in the red, what does it say? The people collectively were what?
Wait,
Tawantinsuyu.
Say again.
Tawantinsuyu.
I ain't trying.
Am I saying it correctly, or am I saying? I mean, if I need to be correct.
Auntie Suyu.
Auntie Suyu.
And that ta is the same as the TU. TU Auntie Suyu.
Oh, TU.
So when you
Suyu. Okay.
Auntie Suyu. So then now you speak in my language.
TU Auntie Suyu. So that's what they were collectively called.
They were collectively calling themselves because they were the ones digging the tunnels that we know as aqueducts today, dealing with the waterways. When you look at the Tiu, those that were the creators, the builders on the earth, anti, where we get the word antique from. Whoa. There's a difference between someone being old and someone being an antique, something being an antique. You can say I got a 67 Pinto or you got a 57 Chevy. One is old, one is antique. I'll let you figure that out for yourself. Come on, son.
Alright,
Y'all gonna learn today.
Alright,
It's
so
the Antiques Roadshow.
for the Incas, politically, at least the four Suyus of the empire extended from Cusco until the edge of the civilized and habitable physical realm. Rumors of other great civilizations may have existed, but the frontiers were largely fluid with no known major rivals, hemming an expansive and ever-expanding empire.
I got a question.
Shoot.
I apologize. Excuse me. My question is, so the story in the Bible, was it past or future at the time it was either rewritten or written, when it says that God will return when all four corners of the earth know his name?
What is a name? What's in a name?
An identity.
Give you an example. It's in you. There are certain reasons why, and I can say the same thing for my relatives. We have names that on the surface don't make sense to us, but we're named after somebody that's named after somebody that's named after somebody that's named after somebody that's named after somebody.
Right.
And they keep renaming every generation. They may put a new spin on it, put another accent on it, but it's still the same name and it means the same thing. So if Indian means the people of God, the children of God, somebody's gonna understand something in a minute. Has nothing to do with religion.
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to make it religion. Yeah, I'm sorry.
They automatically turn it into Jesus the Christos and not understand the spiritual aspect. This is why I say again, it was so easy. That's why you have the majority of those that are in Latin lands are Catholic. Why is that? Because they knew originally Kukulkan was copper colored. You don't find these pale looking forms of what we call Jesus. You didn't see that until later on when the whitewashing took place. So what was the difference? None. You see what they call a copper colored Jesus on the cross was the same symbolism as seeing Kukulkan carrying the four corners. I can't stress it enough. See, people see what they want to see. Take those Bill Cosby shades off and take another look. That's how they were able to do it.
All they did was
in this time you shall conquer. Go ahead, I'm sorry, brother.
All they did was just overlay the Jesus story over top of who Kukulkan was to us.
And see, that's
Right.
okay. I apologize. Then that was my question, because that story, I got reminded of that story listening to you read just now, and I was just like, I wonder if that is the same story, if that makes sense.
It's the same story.
And Kukulkan is nothing more than an ancestor, right? Right, James?
Exactly. It was the personification of what we call God in the flesh. When those four, when all of the Suyu decided, hey, we're going to come together because we are one, and it's the personification of everyone coming together in the flesh. That's why they say Kukulkan Khan knew this, and Kukulkan Khan knew that, and Kukulkan Khan knew this, but they always had it written and it was passed down orally. Kukulkan Khan shall return, and not just, on down the line someday. They knew by the signs. So you will see several people coming that they have renamed. They had, well, not renamed, but they have given the title of Kukulkan Khan, because it was to rebuild the civilization. Because what you have is the backside of a snake, which is the same. Now we're going to get into science, but no, they don't talk about science, which is going to get into you dealing with the dog star. You get in with Sirius, because there's a Sirius A, Sirius B, then there's a Sirius C, which we call what? The double helix, where it's going in and out, 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 like the backside of the snake. Introvert, that you're saying you integrate, disintegrate, saying of the genders and the people coming together, then they'll split apart, then they'll come back together, and they'll split apart, and they'll come back together, and they'll split apart, which is why, when you say the Pledge of Allegiance, it says what? One what?
Nation.
And not under a groove, because they trying to say they are trying to replicate what the Sioux you were doing.
Exactly.
And getting down just for the funk of it.
Getting down just for
The funk of it.
Y'all gonna understand about the mothership in a minute.
Now, if I could for a moment, let's look at what was posted here a moment ago by Ohio player with Quetzalcoatl holding the cross, bearing the cross. What is the name Christoferos or Christopher mean? The bearer of the Christ, of the crux of the cross. So who is Christopher Columbus?
Is that a title?
Who is this figure?
He's Kukulkan Khan.
Is he Cortez?
Does he represent? He represents the return of Kukulkan Khan.
Right.
So he's Cortez.
Dressed up and adorned to be Kukulkan Khan to take over.
Oh,
The
snap.
cross bearer. Somebody's with me. Thank you, sir. I told y'all. Wait a minute. I gotta do something right quick. I gotta do something, then we can go back.
Well, I got something to ask.
Wait. No, I gotta finish. Y'all know what that sound is?
That's the girls come and get you.
Okay. All right. Now y'all go ahead.
You had a chance to run when it was glitching. You should have ran when it glitched. It's out now.
So basically, all it is just Kukulkan Khan is nothing more than a representation of the four corners coming back together and working together and building up under one unit.
And lo, I am with you always, even until the ends of the
earth.
Oh, my goodness. Coming back together.
Well, okay. I still got a question.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, please.
Go ahead.
Wait, can I ask the question?
Yes, go
You
ahead.
said you had a question when you seen him, right?
What kind of dude play like that in the hood?
Gabby don't play. You think she ain't playing? You think she playing about her questions? You know what your mama say? Know what my mama say? Go ahead.
Here's my question. With finding out today that there were two calendars running at the same time in 1752, and that they were retelling or retiming time, so to speak. That makes sense. Hopefully it does. I probably botched that up. However, since they were retelling time, wouldn't it be an okay thought to entertain that the 1492 is a retiming of time during, if you compare it with the actual time of Cortez?
Right. That's why they keep saying, well, we don't know what happened But here's what we think happened. We don't know what happened during this time frame because they had to rewrite it. But here's the kicker. Because we are the original timekeepers, we knew what time it was and still know what time it is because we had solar calendars, we had lunar calendars, we had holy day calendars that lined with the stars, calendars that you'll find all over the world. Even in what that place that you call England, when they tore it down and didn't know what they were doing, they tried to put it back together, have no clue. Stonehenge, you'll find all of these calendars all over the world in the form of your pyramids. They're calendars. They're dates.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay, I got a question. Please.
Is it gonna tie us back into Indios? Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask a question.
Is that your way of saying don't ask it?
No, ask a question.
Don't.
Okay, here's my question. Would it be okay to think that maybe they were working and building their way up, and I'm gonna say they? Okay, so is it a thought that possibly they were working or building their way up because they were burning libraries? And being that they were burning libraries, they were also taking out history or taking away someone's history, so to speak. The same, like the way that they did all over. When they started attacking the Americas, weren't they doing their best to take out the history of Americas in other countries and on other continents in their libraries?
Again, that's why I say those that have been here before. You don't hear about the Vikings being on this land. You don't hear about the Ottoman Empire, or what's known as the Turks today, coming to this land. You don't hear about the Greeks having been over here. You don't hear about the Romans having been over here. You don't hear about the Egyptians having been over here. You have people that come out there, oh, that's pseudo. So again, tell me, how are they finding all of these coins and artifacts from all of these other lands? And then they got to turn around and explain how they got corn, squash, peanuts, tomatoes, that ganja. It's called ganja for a reason. Better look it up.
You name
it. So when people try to sit here and say, these guys, y'all better stay away from them elbows, they pseudo, we don't squash them. I'll say this, and I'll say this for the last, I'll say it because it's the last day of the year. You know, if they don't come over here, is the number still like scrolling at the bottom or top screen? It's still going.
Even if it ain't there, it's available. Anybody. Just a disclaimer or a shout out to A2 and their available number and email address. It's working. Somebody.
No, it's at the top of the screen. It's at the top of both screens, and you can dial in. So we're not blocking you based off of the email address. So that's a lie. You can dial in with your phone. You can dial in with a rotary phone if you got one. So don't tell that somebody blocking you, because ain't nobody blocking you. We don't block phone numbers.
1 6 6 9 9.
I need to meet you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Look, she made it. She almost made it to the 10th number.
I was gonna try, but I heard him get quiet too long, and I realized that was that moment.
I'm trying to get to the Indios. That's what I'm trying to get to. I want this to be ended once and for all. I want it deaded. I don't want no resurrection. I don't want no Jason, no Freddy Krueger. I don't want nobody coming back with Nathan. So,
does everybody know what we are? What James is about to? What head James is about to put to bed? Does everybody know? Everybody in the chats, plural, know what we're getting at?
Oh, you're not talking.
What he getting at? I'm talking about everybody, actually, anybody.
Yeah,
just making sure.
We call ourselves Indios, and that the Spanish didn't call us Indios, which was that's already been proven. But I want it to be done.
Oh, done, like
Oh,
done.
so you mean like if you hear somebody say it again, then you know they just agentizing themselves. Okay,
Like
they just being an
done,
agent,
son?
ignorant
And
agent,
I want them to debate this.
He said
ignorant
ignorant.
agent.
Yes. Don't be bringing somebody on your chat that don't know the language or never mind. I'm gonna be quiet. I'll be respectful. All right, James. You want me to finish reading?
Yes, sir. Because it's breaking down each of those four, and you will see where they ended up and who these people are today. But collectively, Tiu Anti Suyu. Collectively, the four, and the fifth being Kukulkan, Voltron, and I'll form the head.
Oh, David Corey. Okay, you can read. David Corey said, "Please, brother, I'm on my way to work. Be there in 20 minutes. Don't go."
I'm not. I mean, if I got to stay on another 3-4 hours, I don't care. We dead in this. We dead in this like people say black is dead. We dead.
Challenge.
All right.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
No,
I mean, I'm not sorry. I apologize. I'll be quiet though.
No, you won't, but it's okay. We still like. Don't ever quiet them questions. Always have them questions.
Well, she just lying all around then.
Right
I'm
now,
not sorry. I apologize. I'll be quiet.
Well, you know, I got it in
cussed.
2019. Was it 2019 one way? So gotta let me throw all that stuff out now.
People. It's the year to rant.
And rats reaching for straws.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not on mute. Okay, I'm being quiet. I'm mute.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You know what? Okay, yeah, that's probably your best. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got that one down.
Anyway, for the Incas, politically at least the four Suyus of the empire extended from Cusco into the edge of the civilization and habitable physical realm. Rumors of the other great civilizations may have existed, but the frontiers were largely fluid with no known major rivals, hemming in the expansive and ever-expanding empire. At the height of the Inca Empire, the Tianti-Suyu covered an area of more than 770,000 square miles, about 2 million square kilometers. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the 4 Tianti-Suyu. Hold on. Okay, Copper says he'll be right back. He had to take a phone call. So, Chinche Suyu, that's the Northwest Suyu. The Northwest Suyu, Chinche Suyu, took its name from the province of ethnic region of Chincha. Chincha Suyu was the second largest of the 4 quarters, encompassing both the Peruvian coastal strip and Andean highlands north of Cusco, as well as much of modern-day Ecuador and a small segment of what is now southern Colombia. The Huapac Yan, or Great Inca Road, ran the length of Chinche Suyu, connecting the Inca capital of Cusco with Quito, the capital of modern-day Ecuador, in the far north. According to the Encyclopedia of Prehistory, Volume 7, South America, the ecological and ethnic diversity of Chinche Suyu region engendered a very heterogeneous approach to imperial Inca rule. That's a lot of big words and a lot of syllables, I'm just saying. The region contained distinctly different and geographically defined cultures from the coastal lowlands, the Andean highlands, and the tropical eastern foothills of Andean range. In order to maintain greater control and stability in the region, the Incas allowed these different ethnic groups to retain many of their own beliefs and traditions. Did you know the Tourist Information Center 799 Avenida Jose Locker in Mary Flowers offers important free information for... Nope, don't care about that. Anti-Suyu, Northeast Suyu. It says Anti-Suyu spread out to the north and northeast of Cusco. The Suyu took its name from the Anti region and the anti-ethnic group that inhabited it. Anti when Hispanicized became Andes. So it was Anti, then it became Andes. So it was Anti before it became Andes. So it was Anti before it became Andes. Now that we got that straight. The vast Peruvian Amazon served to restrict the eastern expansion of the Anti-Suyu region. The Incas made few attempts to penetrate beyond the Sella de Selva, the brow of the jungle that lay on the eastern foothills of the Andean range. They saw the deep jungle as savage land populated by equally savage people. Yeah, I had read this earlier. But the tropical forests east of the Andes did provide a number of important products such as hardwoods used for Inca weapons, feathers, wax, and honey. The jungle was also an important source of medicinal herbs and hallucinogens used in religious ceremonies and rites of passage. Warriors, traders, and explorers ventured east into dense lowland jungles, but due to problematic geography, Inca occupation of the region was not a priority. As such, Anti-Suyu remained a comparatively small region with a distinct lack of infrastructure in terms of roads and major settlements. Kunti-Suyu.
Oh, wait, before you do that, that paragraph just before the last paragraph in that section there, dealing with the Anti-Suyu.
The last paragraph, read it again.
The next to the last one. Yep.
It says, but the tropical forests east of the Andes did provide a number of important products such as hardwoods used for Inca weapons, feathers, wax, and honey. The jungle was also an important source of medicinal herbs and hallucinogens.
What's that right there? Medicinal herbs and hallucinogens. I'm saying that because somebody's took the time to have a debate on vaccinations. And we've been talking about for the longest dealing with malaria because of the mosquitoes that come along in marsh areas, marshlands, fertile lands, especially when you're dealing with maize, aka corn. But we had the cure. Huh? Diana Ross, ain't she the boss? Was she saying that love hangover? You don't need no cure?
Well,
you burn the pine cones, you take the bark off the trees and you chew it, it tastes bitter. But it stops the mosquitoes, so you don't get malaria, which is nothing but bad air. Come on, son.
And this is something to think about. If they had to splice or cultivate a couple of different crops to create the corn crop, they knew that the corn crop brought mosquitoes. So they also had to come up with something to keep the mosquitoes away from people picking a crop of corn, right?
Right.
And they wasn't using a metal needle to stick in you that have artificial stuff in you. It's one thing if they were burning these herbs or melting them down and turning them into liquid form and injecting them into you. They're putting all kinds of artificial stuff in there that you have no clue what it is. And people say, oh, you don't know, because someone tried it again. I don't know everything, but I know that try to discredit me. I went to medical school. I was a medic for the United States military. And before you would go over the seas or when you get in, there was a series of shots. You would literally call it the corridor, the walk of death. You walk down and you'd have a medic on either side with the gun hitting your shoulder.
I remember that.
And that was before they took your picture. You go down, you do all that, then they put the little top on you in the hat, then they take your picture. Come on, son.
Oh man.
Why do you think when went over to Iraq, went all there and Kuwait into the Gulf, and then people were talking about, oh, something, I'm burning on fire, and then their kids coming the same thing, burning on fire. Come on, son. Y'all better watch that show Raising Dion. Come on, watch that show on Netflix, Raising Dion. It's a little mini series. Got Killmonger in it. Watch that. We talk about burning up inside. Now it dealt with dealing with the lights at the North Pole, but it was really dealing with those so-called vaccinations and injections that the soldiers were taking over, and they finally admitted, because I asked what it was, fresh out of medical school, what is this? And they told me, shut up, private. Because I was asking, what is this? What is this that we're injecting into the soldiers? But of course, you do what you do. Shut up, you drive on.
That's right. Oh.
And then when it started coming out, go ahead, sir, I'm sorry.
No, you could go ahead and finish up.
I was gonna say, and then when it started coming out, all of a sudden, you got all these lawsuits. The military started paying. Now you notice it's hush hush. But now those soldiers have children, and now those children are grown, and you wonder why these children are having issues. Come on, son. But then you got people that was always talking about Black African power, and now they talking about, oh, you need vaccines, but we've been here for thousands of years, and all of a sudden now we need something artificial put in us to survive. Come on, son. I'll say this. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying I've had the flu one time in my life. Guess when it was?
When you was in the military.
When I got. No, because I didn't get one. I didn't take that shot then.
Oh.
When I was working, when I was an educator, a teacher, and they said, "Oh, all the teachers have to get the flu shot." First and only time I took a flu shot. First and only time I got the flu. And let's just say, I've seen the sun set and rise quite a few times on this planet since then. I'll yield the mic. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off track. You can go ahead and read to the next group of Sue You.
Pamela Hall had a question. Her question was, were you trying to say that Kukulkan is their image of Jesus?
I'm not saying it. They're saying it, because again, when you go all over to Europe, because again, the ITSA was taking all of us, because they were the Navy, taking all of us over to all these lands. And you look at their classical paintings, their Jesus was copper colored originally. Look at the original paintings that they told me, oh, we found this classical painting. It doesn't look like Ben Affleck today with a weave. Come on, son. For any Googleologists out there, all you got to do is just Google Madonna and child and see what you get.
Copper's back.
Welcome back, or in your language.
Thank you.
Why does it look like one of the original members of the Village People was in a Navy suit? Or is that just me? Hold on.
No, he was. That's why they had the song "In the Navy." See, everybody knows about YMCA, but they forget about that song "In the Navy." They had that song too.
The Navy gets the gravy and the Army gets the beans, 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 beans. Not the same song? Okay.
No.
It was from a black and white movie, my bad.
Moving on.
Wait, I have two things I want to say real quick.
Well, go ahead, say them. Hurry up. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. First thing is, I used to always wonder how mosquitoes would travel all the way over the ocean and give us malaria. like how that was possible, because that's what was said often, that mosquitoes from another country was coming over here spreading stuff. And second thing is, there's a book called Emergency War Strategies, Emergency War Surgery. And in the book, it's called Emergency War Surgery. This one that I have is the second United States Revised NATO Handbook from 1988. But it gives, like, what is it called? When they start, where they got it from, like the like antibiotics, infections, surgery, and all that stuff. And it talks about how it first started implementing everything at the Second Battle of the Bull Run, and who they got it from, their techniques and healings and all that. Just wanted to share that.
Yep, you're gonna get to the bottom. And I had a chance. I was peeping in the chat when they were talking about that Black Madonna that the Pope kisses and bows to every day. And I'll break it down better than that. They changed that great harlot's name to Danya. And if you listen to Foxy Brown, not the one in the movies, but the rapper, she tells you in a line, Madanya. Y'all better go back and listen again. Listen to the lyrics.
Man, I had to race to the to the mute button. Does anybody else know what he just said? Anybody?
Yeah.
Was I the only one indoctrinated?
No,
I heard every word of what Foxy Brown was saying. I just didn't know what she was talking about.
Right.
That's why she's trying to tell you she's got the ill. She's telling you.
Come on.
She's telling you. That's why I said, people gotta call them, man, I'm in this rap game. I know about the music. No, you don't, because you don't know anything about the lyrics.
I mean, I was like, yo, what is she saying?
Come on, man.
She's saying Madonna. So if Cortez is Kukulkan, he's got to have a Madonna. A Danya. Because it's actually pronounced, that N is like a y sound. There's a little squiggly line over the N. See? They
squiggly line
in my eye.
Got that squiggly line. My bad.
I'm sorry, brother Thomas. Y'all gonna learn today. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. You go ahead and finish read.
Nah, bro, you good. Again, this is let them have it. Let them have it Tuesday. So we're at Kunti Suyu, and the Kunti Suyu was the smaller Suyu and Tu Anti-Suyu. It extended the northwest from Cusco until it reached the Pacific Ocean. Kunti was a province within the Suyu, after which the region was named. Geographically, Kunti Suyu was dominated by the dry foothills of the Western Highlands and the arid desert plains that stretch from modern-day Arequipa, to the southern coast of Peru. Architecturally, the Incas adapted their construction style and region to reflect that of local cultures more accustomed to the hot and dry climate, as much fine Inca masonry as found in the highlands often gave way to adobe bricks along the coast of Kunti Suyu region. Hold on for a second, gotta go on mute.
What is love? You need a commercial break?
and I think that was brother David Corey. They was talking about those turtles. Yeah, you know about those turtles. Like I touched on it a little bit the other day about that turtle and why North America, not all of the Americas, but North America, why it was called Turtle Island. It's another thing that's much deeper than that. When you look at the turtle dance that goes along again with the dance of the devils. So when you check that out as well, but I can't discuss it now because, you know, it's kids friendly. So if you want to hit me up after hours, I'll tell you dealing with that turtle dance as well. Anybody home?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so we got how many more left? This last one, right? Kola Suyu? Or was there one more after this?
That's the last one. Yep.
Kala Suyu, or Kola Suyu, Kuala Suyu, was the largest of the four quarters named after the Kola peoples located on the northern shores of Lake Titicaca. The Suyu encompassed Peru's southern highlands and the Bolivian Altiplano Andean plateau, before pushing all the way south into central Chile and a large strip of northwestern Argentina. The Kala Suyu covered much of the Amada and Uru territories. It also contained a number of major holy shrines, most notably those found in the Titicaca region. As such, Kala Suyu held a special place within the Inca Empire, being both an important spiritual and political region of the Anti-Suyu. If this was piqued your interest and you intend to make plans for a trip to these epic historical four regions, we suggest you check out the Find Local Trips and Tour Comparisons. Okay. All right. So here's my thing. These four regions are still all in South America, right?
Yes, sir. They're still there. And what is happening is people go and they speak to the Incas that are there, that I call it, wear the sombreros and the ponchos, but they can't break down who the people were before them because they built on top of what was already there. They tell you that what was already there. And so out of this group, that one of the groups that you read when you were reading about the Suyu, gets you to the Quiche Maya. In the names, what's in a name? They're telling you where they are from. The Kunti, you're going to find out where they went. Again, it's north, south, east, and west, meeting all together. So if collectively they're calling themselves Tu Anti-Suyu, and to make it short, Auntie, the Spanish said Andes, didn't change. It only went from what we call I'll put it this way, what we call the ancient language into Old Spanish or Latin. All they did was transliterate. They didn't change anything. It still meant the same thing. It's where you get Indios, Indian. Again, mama call them clay, I'ma call them clay. It is what it is. Here's a question. We did a series on the Caribbean islands, and I hope Brother Bones is within earshot. Can someone tell me what they call the greater islands or the bigger islands of the Caribbean?
talking about the Antilles?
The what?
The Antilles.
Who's Antilles?
Oh man! And they tricked you into believing because Anti means the East or the beginnings or the origin. That's why I say again about antique. Can you spell Antilles without spelling anti?
Hmm.
No.
And they switched it up on you and called it the West Indies when you were really in the East Indies.
So I got a question real quick. It might be selfish. So when you were asking that question, were you looking for the word? Were you looking for West Indies or and I didn't know that other one.
Yes,
No, they call it
Antilles.
Greater or Lesser Antilles.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna answer West Indies, but I didn't know for sure.
Yeah, but that's what they did. They didn't start calling it West Indies until they started calling Hindustan India. They switched it up on
Yep.
you.
Hi.
It was called Greater Antilles, Lesser Antilles.
Correct.
It meant the greater islands of the Indians and the lesser island of the Indians, only in size. That's all it meant. The greater and lesser meant in size. So it's still the islands of the Indians. Stop playing. I'm throwing my phone and I'm muting myself. Unmute yourself. I'll mute myself.
Okay, so that makes sense because I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, in Paleo Hebrew, D's and T's are interchangeable, right?
That is correct.
All day, every day.
So when you look at the Andes Mountains, it's Antes. It's the same thing. It's interchangeable.
And if you know anything about health, or I'm now telling on myself again, but I was told that me being a medic in the Army wasn't good enough. It didn't classify for what I know. Brother Bones, you played basketball and played very well. There was a certain injury that most athletes suffer from that at one time it was career ending. But now with modern day surgery, you can now be back within a year. Can anyone tell me what that major knee injury is? That you tear something, you tear a particular ligament.
Some of them MCLs and them ACLs.
The main one being that ACL. What is the ACL? What is
anterior cruciate ligament.
Oh, snap. That means the first. That means the front.
Front, not posterior.
Ante. Yep. Ante.
Again,
back to college.
Paleo Hebrew,
Right.
where you Latino, where are you getting these words from that people are saying that are Greek? Come on, son.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why the Greeks again keep talking about the Sea of Kronos, the land of Kronos? This ancient land that they said existed, and people say the Greeks were crazy, but then the same people that you calling crazy were the one that you said brought Western civilization. Where did they get it from? They told you where they got it from.
Exactly. The father of the Titans. He who came before all others is Cronus.
Oh, y'all about to release the Kraken on them, all right?
Okay. We were talking about time. Who were the keepers of time? Where does Kukulkan hail from?
Did we just read 2 days ago the advanced medicines and techniques of the ancestors? So who did everybody else learn these advanced techniques from?
And aren't all the Greeks always worried about Kronos coming back?
Yes. Because in their myth, Kronos had to be moved to the outer reaches of Tartarus. He was seen by them as the greater malefic. Now, we were talking about the Diablada. What is Diablo? Why did they all refer to us as demons and devils? Diavolo, to throw something through, to be in the way. So who are you? And what are you in the way of? Why are you Diavolo? Why are you an adversary? Hasatan. Why do they keep likening these? And if you pay attention, to a lot of these glyphs that Brother James has shown us. Well, you see these figures. Compare them to these old books on demonology from the 17 and 1800s. And see how much these feathers look like horns and flames and stuff in these pictures of these devils. Who are they really talking about? They're talking about you. You are that black devil that's in the way of everything that the conqueror has come to take. You are Cronus, the old Titan, the giants, right? Titans, Titanic. They're talking about you and your ancestors. I yield the mic.
What was the name of that land that they were talking about? The lake there? What's it called? What? Wasn't it like Titicaca?
Titicaca.
Oh, man, them Titans, huh? What? The what? Oh, man, old James home now. Old James home now. You told Harpo to beat me? Yeah.
All my life.
I has to fight. I done told y'all. Putting heads to bed. And someone ask a question, because we gonna do this. Can anyone tell me, in South America, along that region, there is a particular forest that they're now starting to chop down, and they say that forest is what keeps this planet balanced. Anybody know the name of that forest?
That happen to be your Amazon?
I was about to say, isn't that the Amazon?
Oh, and this was the language of the people that they called. Now, I'm going to break it down for you. This is for the Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters that are asking and been asking in the chat. Those foreigners that they say built the pyramids that you'll find at the end of the 17th, 18th, and the beginning of the 19th dynasty, and even into the 20th dynasty that they talk about over there, they call them the Amo. Oh, man. You read about them in the Armana letters. Again, those Amo, or what you read in that collection of books called the Bible, called Eber, or Hebrews. So yes, you started over here and went there. Some of you stayed, some of you got pushed to the coast of the west coast of Africa, which we talked about a few days ago. Those that came from the east that still dealt with corn, and then there were those that came from the west coast of Africa, and there's nothing on the west coast of Africa but what? The Americas. You keep going west from the west coast of Africa, you got to go across the Atlantic. Come on, son. Come on, son. Y'all gonna figure it out today.
That's right.
I'm on. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to add in there into this mix. When you talk about the Hebrew, the Eber, E-B-E-R. You take a look at Strong's Concordance. If you look at it in Hebrew, what is that? What does Eber mean? It's a feather or wing. Who are these people running around with these feathers that are so much unlike everybody else? Like Brother James said, y'all gonna figure it out today, because we connecting all the dots.
Because it's time to stop playing. Because I done told you, and I done told you, and I done told you. And we ain't talking about truth. Spread my wings. Better figure it out. Now, this is for all my chematologists, Egyptologists, graphists. Can someone please just spell Maya for me?
M-A-Y-A.
Kind of like M-A-Y-A.
And when you say that the people are from somewhere, again, that's still that T-U, T people, T-U. You spell it, you can see it spelled T-A-W, or you see it spelled T-I-W, or even T-I-A. Now, good people, what's being left behind again? When you talk about the goddess Mayat, there is an apostrophe between those two A's. See, people try to run it all together, but they put there's an apostrophe between those two A's.
Mm-hmm.
Slide that Y back into place.
Mm-hmm.
And put that T on the end, and you're gonna find out. Go ahead and do it. Mayati. And what does she wear on her head? The feather. That feather of Mayat? What? That you have to put whether your heart is pure or not? Oh my goodness. What he done today? But no people over there walking around with no feathers on their head, dealing with royalty. Come on, son.
Mm-hmm.
And the Egyptians tell you that they not from there. Mayati. They tell you where they from. Man, I gotta go. I yield the mic. I've done too much today.
She who holds your life in the balance. So not only do you get the yoni over the tau cross, which is the ankh, from here, you also get Ma'at or Mayat, who weighs your life in the balance, while Heru and Anpu both hold the ankh, your life, in their hands. All of that comes from here.
Oh man, just breaking it down. Her consort, Tahuti. Oh man. Titicaca. What?
Titicaca.
I'm gonna start telling on myself in a minute. I'm gonna start telling on myself in a minute. Because I tried to tell the folk, my people were never slaves. We never had the slave name. Still got my name. So when people ask the question, I say yes. That's why I can give my surname and they know who I am. Man, I gotta go. I yield the mic.
114 Lincoln says Ania Wia equals Auntie Suyu.
Told you, old James home now. Oh, last day of the year. Ooh. Hey, I need what is Sister Gabrielle Union and Brother No? So I need to tell you what, and make sure who there, make sure your what's there.
Peoples. Make sure
And make sure your peoples is there.
Cause you might get embarrassed.
All right.
He tried to tell y'all, in case you didn't know, huh? And everybody all over 10 years later, everybody said, "Yep." What Charlie Murphy said, he was spot on. Down to Mickey Free. When Mickey Free's mama got mad at him, so they making fun of you. They calling you a girl.
Mickey Free is not a
Mickey
girl.
Free was a girl. I thought it was a girl in Shalimar. I didn't tell you that's how it happened. Everybody that they asked, they said that with Charlie Murphy was spot on, and they fed us pancakes. So all of y'all out there that keep talking about we didn't call ourselves Indians, not what we call ourselves, are you ready for your pancakes? Because it's gay blouses.
I will also say, for anybody on the other side that wants to equate the term Indian with the peoples of India, I've said this before and I will say it again because it's worth repeating. The people in India only refer to themselves as Indian for those that speak English, because that was a designation given to them by the English. When they speak their own language, they do not call that place India.
Copper Indio, you would have first-hand knowledge, right? If I remember correctly, right? By actually going?
Yes, I have been to India early this year. and I've had a chance to. I've had an opportunity to speak to many people who live in the central part of the subcontinent in Hyderabad. They do not call their place India. They call it Bharat. They call themselves Bharati or Bharatiya. They do not call themselves Indian. The word that we refer to as India actually comes from the Greek approximation of the river that Alexander was able to expand his empire, his so-called empire, to, which is Hindus. It has more to do with Hindu or Sindhu than it does with India. Quote me on that. Hold me to account on that, because I can verify this. Even now, when they speak in their language, they call their language Hindi. Not Hindi, they call it Hindi.
Oh,
Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing.
I got a question. Is that why? And oh man, I don't want to get this wrong. It was either the 1600s or the 1700s. That article I was reading where they reclassified a lot of people as Hindu.
Yeah, on the census. When they came with the classification Hindu, that's who they were talking about. Even the U.S. government know their correct name. Even in America, they are identified as Hindu. Just like Copy Indio said, when it comes to English, people say Indian.
And add that to the fact that if you have a so-called African American who grows a beard, who grows his hair out and has locks, a lot of us, men and women, wrap our hair. So if you see a so-called black or Negro or African American with a beard, with his or her head wrapped, looks like a Sikh or a Hindu, doesn't it? So it's easy to conflate the Hindu or the Bharati with the Negro or the Indian. It's extremely easy to conflate, especially when you have people in India, again, who grow beards, who don't cut their hair, who keep it wrapped up under a turban. We also broke down where turbans come from. We broke down where the fez comes from. So you have all of these other figures around the world that are likened to the Indian. Period.
And like Copper said, remember, when it came to the U.S. Census, before they came up with the Hindu classification on the census, they were labeled Negro.
So just so people understand too, in Paleo Hebrew, is it correct that vowels are interchangeable? Yes or no?
Yes, because of how the syntax and the language itself is composed. When you got consonants that go together, you fill the space between those consonants with vowels, and they can be interchangeable.
Right. So that's how anti can become Indi, because the I and the A are interchangeable, and the T and the D are interchangeable.
Yes, and as Brother James had mentioned before, with the amount of time that the so-called French have spent here, speaking with the indigenous people, pay attention, because again, Language is the mortar that holds this building together. In French, if you have an I, the letter I, in certain parts of a word, it won't be pronounced as I like it is in most other languages. It'll be pronounced as an I. Or the letter A can be pronounced as an I. These things are interchangeable. So, Andes turns into Indies, depending on how people determine that it sounds and transliterate it.
So when the AN was put on it, they're basically saying the people of the Andes, or Indians, or Andians.
Yes, it becomes possessive.
Right.
That's not just dealing with the people; it's dealing with the land, the people of that land. That's my land.
Right. Because the letters N and M in some cases can be interchangeable too. So when you say I am with an M, when you say something, when you refer to an individual from a place, an, but you can also change that out for AM, because I am from the Andes, you see, and then the am is I am that I am, correct?
Correct.
It's possessive. I am this because this is where the land is. My mother is of this land. I am this. This is why language is important, because it literally decodes all of this. So now with those hidden and changed dates that we were talking about before, they don't confound so much if you understand the speech. It can't be confounded now. And you begin to see things more clearly. Because it's easy to hide things that were already here and say they were from somewhere else, that somebody just named something conveniently here, if you just assume that these words are just words that don't have meanings. But once you find the meanings, you begin to see, wait a minute, a lot of this was here. How many names of places, not only here in what's now the United States, but in Mexico, Mesoamerica, have the names they have, and everybody thinks that they were brought there from somewhere else. But those names have been here since been here. Same with the people. They want to tell you they came from somewhere else. They came from Africa, or India, or wherever. But they've been here since been here. You've been here since been here.
Sure, it's quiet in here. I told y'all about the grudge. But don't sell out. I try to tell you, when you see that twitch, hey, you better start running. Try to tell you.
Hey, brother James,
in the woods.
I was gonna say that sound the grudge makes. That's the same sound the predator makes too, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, hey man, they gonna figure it out one day. Today is that day. Brother Thomas, you still there?
Yeah, to respond to a client right quick. Give me one more minute.
I got a
Gabrielle
question.
Union, what you doing over there? Come on, give it to me.
And I'm not really sure how true this is, because it's definitely evident. Language is really, really important, because language is absolutely the key. I do agree with you, Papa Indio. there was this video that was shared with me a while back. It was in German, and it was of I guess it was supposed to be some type of speech, and the translation of it was really interesting because it was different from everything that I had been taught, told, and heard. And in this speech, basically, in the speech, it was basically translated as Hitler saying, look what they've done. They've done an affront to God. They've gone and taken God's jewel, or the jewel of God, or something to that effect. And I'm reminded of it because of everything we're talking about today, with all the confusion and the back and forth of Indian and other titles or whatnot, that how confused we are that everybody else knows who we are and we don't. Everybody else knows our origins and we don't. So my question, I guess, would be, why?
You heard the story of Haram of Beef?
I believe so.
What the Freemasons use as an example, and talking about from the House of Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
If you have amnesia and you don't know who you are, but you're still a master builder, I don't need you to know who you are. I just need you to keep building. Okay. And all of a sudden, things that were
Walking Dead.
Exactly. So then I'm going to take what you know how to do, because all it takes really is 2 generations. You have the generations of the elders, you killed them off. Now you have the adults that kind of know, but then you eliminate them and you take the babies. How do the babies know who they are now? Except somebody else, the murderer of your parents and grandparents, tell you who you are. So I'm going to keep telling you that you're African, but yet these dances and these instruments, and that's what I was going to go back to and I forgot. Again, that's why I said they call it Chilean, the Chilean dance that they're teaching the younger, that they call Afro-Latinas in Mesoamerica now. They're teaching them those dances and they're saying they're African. So they think like, oh yeah, we learned African. No, you're not from Africa. Even in the name Chilean, what is it? It's Chile. Even in Chilango. When you say Chilango in Mexico, they start breaking down and start talking to you in Ebonics. There are words that don't make sense in what we call the Spanish that they teach our kids in school when you take them in classes, in public school. It's a totally different language, totally different lingo. When you mention Chilango, and they'll talk about the Chilango, those are the Indios. Those are the Indios. That's how they talk. And they start moving their hands and what they call the jive talking and the jive walking. Come on, son. They're telling you Chilango. Even when they turn over the Guerreros, they tell you that the Chilangos, the Chilenas, they would turn over the boats and start dancing on top of the boats, where we get tap dancing from. Tap dancing is not from Africa. Tap dance is an American dance. And they still do it today because they thankful for the crop. When they catch the fish, they get a big catch, they turn the boats over and they dance. And then somebody will take the sticks and the donkey jawbones and start. It's equivalent to what they call playing the wash tub. You playing that washboard. You got the drumsticks. You got the harmonica. See, these are instruments from over here. And the Spaniards took that back and they do what? The flamenco dance.
Tell them.
They take the little thing. That's where they got it from. It didn't come from Spain. We took it there.
Yeah,
The running
and
with the
y'all,
bulls, that's what it's representing. Come on, son. Y'all
That's
better
why they-
recognize.
yeah, exactly. That's why they need that matador to come in and trick that bull. Get him into a place where he's so mad that he's not thinking straight. And then pull the wool over his eyes with that cape to confound him so that he can be stricken and killed where he stands. That big black bull, that giant black bull. What are they showing you? Okay? And look at the culture of the Spanish. Why is it so different from everywhere else in Europe? Why is it so? Even if you go a little bit to the east,
Oh my
to
goodness.
Italy, why is it so different there in Portugal and Spain? Because this is what they were bringing back. Why is it that the Gaelic people in Scotland and Ireland are so different than supposedly the Gaelic people in España? Because these are
Totally
people totally different. But they're Gaelic though. They're Gallic people. They're just coming from different regions. So overlay the Gallic or the Gaelic people of, let's say, Scotland and Ireland with what you found coming back with the Vikings from the north who came over here and traded with the people in North America. Compare that to those Gallic people who ended up in Spain, who ventured further south. Does this now start to make sense? Why these cultures are so different? This is not a coincidence. This has not happened in a vacuum. They didn't come up with this stuff because they were that creative. They came up with this stuff because they saw the people doing it and brought it back with them.
People learning today.
Exactly. So I think we put the heads to bed when it comes to Ladino, Paleo Hebrew.
There was one more link. I'm sorry, Brother Thomas.
Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Let's bury him.
Yeah, and I promise you, we'll be off before the new year. But but no, it's not gonna take long. But that last link is why I said it gonna put all heads to bed. Keep coming up if you want to. Y'all can keep resurrecting Solomon Grundy if you want to, but y'all know Solomon Grundy was resurrected, but he didn't have his right mind.
All right, so this link.
Is anybody called in? Anybody?
No.
No? Brother, no sell out any emails received? Anybody?
You know that ain't gonna happen.
Let's see. So there were.
Nope.
Okay, so the link that you just put in at 12 o'clock. Lumenlearning.com. The Caral civilizations. Is that it?
Yes, sir. That's it.
All right.
We're gonna talk about this called Supe. Cabal Supe.
All right. Corral Supe. All right. So it says Corral civilization, and this is from early civilizations. It says of Africa and the Andes. All right. To describe the significance of the Corral civilizations of the Andes, which is basically Indies or Antes, which are Indians. The Corral civilization, also known as Corral Supe, was part of the Norte Chico civilization complex in what is now the Norte Chico region of north central coastal Peru.
I'm sorry. I know you just got started, but as you see that Norte Chico is where you getting back to Chica or the Chi, same people, chick. So I said when you're calling the great mother chick, and some people around in my neighborhood, my community, they still call their mothers chick, and people like chick. That's a derogatory statement. No, it goes back to what it was before. Chicle, chilero, chick. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you good. It says the urban complex of Corral takes up more than 150 acres and contains plazas, dwellings, and a 28 meters high temple. Some scholars have suggested that Norte Chico was founded on seafood and maritime resources rather than development of agricultural, cereal, and crop surpluses. One of the artifacts found at Corral is a knotted textile piece called quipu, which archaeologists believe was a method of keeping records. Evidence of warfare has not been found in Corral. A geoglyph of a human with long hair and open mouth was discovered in 2000 by Marco Macheque and Rocio Aramburo, just west of Corral. At its peak, approximately 3,000 people are believed to have lived in Corral. Note, Chico civilizations are pre-ceramic cultures of the pre-Columbian late Archaic. They completely lacked ceramics and apparently had almost no art. The most impressive achievement of these civilizations was its monumental architect. Wait. So they had monumental architects, but they had almost no art. Why is that? Because the art was built in their architects? Or the art was done in the architects? In the buildings?
And a lot of their art was stolen by the Spanish, which is why you're going to see the connection between those Spaniards, and they, like I say, they call everything from the Americas to the Pacific Islands Negro land. Because again, it was speaking the same language. Why someone put in the chat about having relatives in the Philippines, and they talk about Teo. Same thing. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No, you good. Carol civilizations, a complex pre-Columbian society that included as many as 30 major population centers in what is now North Chico region of north central coastal Peru. So this civilization existed before colonization, and they had 30 major population centers in north central Peru. Geoglyph, a large design produced on the ground, typically formed by rocks, stones, trees, gravel, or earth. Quipu, a knotted textile piece found at the Carroll site, believed to be used for record keeping. Carroll civilization, also known as North Chico civilization and as Carroll Supe, was a complex pre-Columbian society located in what is now the Norte Chico region of north central coastal Peru near Supe, Barranca province, Peru. Its location allowed it to take advantage of three rivers, the Fortaleza, the Plata Vilca, and the Supe. It has been established as the oldest known civilization in the Americas and is one of the 6 sites where civilization separately originated in the ancient world. The Carol flourished between the 30th and the 18th centuries BCE. This complex society arose a millennium after Sumer in Mesopotamia. As contemporaneous with Egyptian pyramids and predated the Mesoamerican Olmec by nearly 2 millennia.
See, the reason why I want you to read that part is very, very important. Because they're still trying to get you back over there. And when he mentioned Sumer and Mesopotamia, again, chiseled in stone, and in their artifacts, what do you find their deity holding in his hand? Whether he has the wings, like Brother Copper Indio just mentioned, or whether he has the fish head and the fish scales going down his back. He's got a corn cob in one hand or a pine cone, and then in the bag, and in the other hand, the left hand, the bag of the burning pine cone to keep the mosquitoes away. Come on, son. So how could they over there in Sumeria have for their deities holding corn if Peru, Corral Supe, was established after Sumeria? Doesn't make sense. Again, my father could not have painted a picture of me when he was a child because I wasn't born. Think about it. Think about it. There you go. Timeline. So now we're talking about at least 30,000 years ago. 30,000 years ago. Come on, son. Go ahead, sir. I didn't mean to go ahead.
Horticulture and agriculture are 2 things some people don't discuss. Now we know why. Because they can't explain the corn away.
Most people that eat corn can't explain it away. Ezel told you that.
So the above picture was the remains of the Carol site in Peru. Carol was discovered by Paul Kosak in 1948. Well, he uncovered Carol in 1948 and further studied by archaeologist Ruth Shady. Interesting last name. The urban complex of Carol takes up more than 150 acres and holds plazas, dwellings, and a 28 meters high temple. Its urban plan was used by Andean civilizations for the next 4,000 years. Wait a minute. Its urban plan was used by Indian civilizations for the next 4,000 years. One of the artifacts found at Carol is a knotted textile place named a quilpu, which archaeologists believe was a method of keeping records. Other pieces found include flutes made of condor and pelican bones, and cornets made of deer and llama bones. Evidence of warfare has not been found. A geoglyph was discovered in 2000 by Marco Kakwe and Rusio Aramburu, just west of Corral. The lines of the etching form a human face with long hair and an open mouth. At its peak, approximately 3,000 people were believed to have lived in Carol. Norte Chico region. In archaeology nomenclature, Norte Chico civilizations are pre-ceramic cultures of the pre-Columbian late Archaic. They completely lacked ceramics and apparently had almost no art. Most impressive achievement of the civilizations was its monumental architecture, including large earthwork platform mounds and sunken circular plazas. Archaeological evidence suggests use of textile technology and possibly the worship of common god symbols, both of which reoccur in pre-Columbian Indian cultures. Sophisticated government is assumed to have been required to manage the ancient Norte Chico. Questions remain over its organization, particularly the political influence of food resources. Some scholars have suggested that Norte Chico was founded on seafood and maritime resources as opposed to the development of agriculture, cereal, and crop surpluses, which have been considered essential to the rise of other ancient civilizations.
Is the chat still working?
Yeah, it's quiet though.
Try to help some of our so-called Indian partners there, but because it was, I guess, they were looking at the vessel it was coming from and not what was in it. Tried to help them out when they try to go to these debates with these dudes about pyramids and all the rest of that stuff, because no one's talking any type of culture. And so when they get slam dunked, and they don't know why, because they're not discussing culture, and they get caught up, and they get caught up, and they get caught up, and then they go, oh man, and then it comes back to DNA stuff, and never going back to what is the object and what is the subject of these conversations, these so-called discussions that turn into arguments. All over the world, you are finding monuments and artifacts and in their glyphs of people dealing with corn. Explain that to me. And in this same article, they try to say, oh no, but no. Oh no, but no. They didn't do this and they didn't do that. And again, they didn't get corn right the first time. I don't care what anybody says. It just come out of the blue, say, oh, let's go put a combination of this and this and this. That was trial and error. So at least 30,000 years. So I want someone to explain to me, show me another crop anywhere that could have been taken all over the world that fed the whole world.
Hey, what's in the world today?
Then they breaking down the Norte Chico. There was a show that was out in the early 70s. Chico and the Man. You may need to check that out. Chico and the Man. See, I'm telling my age now. Chico and the Man. But Chico and the Man was based upon Cheech and Chong. Y'all don't know about that Cheech and Chong, but I guarantee if you watch them Spy Kids, if you watch Machete, that Padre, that's Cheech. And the other one is Chong. And people used to think that Chong was a Mexican, was a Chicano, and he's not. Y'all know his daughter, Radon Chong, because everybody used to try to get with Radon Chong. Y'all know y'all try to get them posters of Radon Chong back in the day. You're going to find out where he's from, Cheech and Chong. Well, Chico and the Man was stolen from Cheech and Chong. And you're going to find out he's called what? Cheech again? Cheech? Chico? You're going to find out about them Quiche Maya. Chico is the male version of Chica. Come on, son. So when they're going around talking about Chicano, are they really Chicanos? Or are they just saying they're Chicanos? Because if they Chicanos, they're going to find out where they from and go back and keep looking at all the Chilanga. When you go to all those places, guess the people that you see, the remnant that's still there, they look like us. Oaxaca, La Venta, Veracruz, Chichen Itza, Belize, Guatemala, all of these places that they say that, wait a minute, these people that we don't know who they are, but we don't know what happened to them, but it's still people that look like us, and they keep telling you they came on slave ships. No, they didn't. They were already there. Go to Cholula. Still there. You got these foundations that they are using that we read about before to teach these people that they came from Africa, to teach these people that these dances came from Africa. And no Africans were doing carnival. Everywhere the French went, they took our culture with them. You go to Canada, you got carnival. You go to Brazil, you got carnival, and you're going to get in trouble. Don't y'all go to Brazil doing no carnival. Because if you're married, you're going to lose your wife. Anyway, Mardi Gras, which is going to be coming up soon. When they put those lays on you,
that was
and what did Montezuma do? What did Montezuma do to Cortez? Didn't he put a lay on him? What do Hawaiians do when they greet you when you coming off the boat or off the plane?
They lay you.
Oh man, lay it on down. Anybody want some more? I got more, but I know we gotta go for the shortage of time. Keep on slipping. I yield the mic.
Where is Gabrielle at?
I keep on slipping.
There she go. Late like me.
What is Dame Dash and Jay-Z, what were they doing? When they signed people with Rockefeller, what were they giving them?
They lay them.
Chain
Put
around
that
their
rock
neck.
chain on them.
Now, who's the real Rock Nation? You know what I'm talking about after I done told you, release those tapes.
The drunk pastor.
Release the tapes. I done told you, the Kraken has been released. Release the Kraken. I'm sorry, but Thomas, I know you got a tight schedule, especially this time of year, man, but I appreciate you allowing me to entertain the masses out there, even to those that aren't typing in the chat. I love you too.
Hit you with the MC hammer. Thank you
Yes,
for blessing me.
Yeah, this is the end of the year rant. Had to put all heads to bed for the new year, so yeah, man.
Ohio players dropping it too, yeah, because those rattles that we use, that you either put the seashells and the turtle shells and shake them, or they would take a snake's rattle. You call them today, you know them as maracas. Now you go on down there to Mesoamerica and you can't get past the maracas. You go to the Antilles, whether the greater Antilles or the less Antilles, you can't get past the maracas.
Yeah.
Y'all remember the what was the woman's name that had the bananas on her head? Chiquita Banana.
Chiquita.
And she playing the Morocco. And she looked like a flamingo. Come on, son.
Boom, boom.
And the last time I checked, the original woman that was doing that they did the cartoons off of was copper colored. Well, now. Still waiting on them African drumsticks. Still waiting on that African MC. Tell me, come on.
They stretched the back skin hide over the wooden. That's how they made the drum. They made the drums. It was OG Africa.
But what skins did they have, man?
Mother
What
love.
now?
Dirt skin. I don't know. I'm trying to help.
I'm still trying to figure out because, again, in South America, you had the cure for malaria. And in North America, with the help of the Micmac, you had the cure for smallpox. So I'm just trying to figure it all of it out.
Yeah.
And again, when you get to Micmac, is where you get the Mashika. So when people keep talking about all that Mashika, you better be talking Micmac. Because that's where the terminology came from of dealing with Turtle Island. There was a song out by Black Sheep, but I won't say it all, but he says, "Ho, frat, hoes, don't even speak the language." Okay, you speak the language, but you gotta look up the song. If you wanna know what the song is, I'll tell you later. But not live on the air. But it's by Black Sheep. Everybody just think about this or that. The choice is yours. But there's another song, they had several songs out because I bought the whole album.
Come on, son.
Don't even speak the language. So if you don't even speak the language, and linguists will tell you there's one language that used to tie the whole world together, but they stopped just short of telling you what that language is. Everyone gets caught up in the name of Paleo-Hebrew. That's just the name for it. Don't get caught up in that because people, oh no, Paleo-Hebrew, them Hebrew Israelites, no, here we go with the religious stuff. But again, I say, how can a fictional people make up a language that ties you to the whole world in the form of Ladino? Not European. Again,
Oh, man.
when they took the tap dance back, when they took the maracas back, when they took the fighting of the bulls, the running with the bulls back, don't you think that they took the culture because they took people back over there? We know that without a doubt. Hello? So don't you think the people took the language back over there? Come on, son. And some of those people doubled back and they became, centuries later, became what you calling Moors today, translators. So why did they need these copper-colored people to translate for them? Obviously, they can still speak the language. Come on, son.
If anybody out there is experiencing any dizziness or concussion-like symptoms, please reach out to your nearest foreman.
When that plane loses altitude, you put that oxygen mask on yourself first. Walking around getting light in the head. And they still hemming us up on our days. You understand, about dealing with our sacred days. They're attacking you and slapping you, and then they telling you, I'm not telling anybody. Let me put it this way. I'm not telling anybody any shape, form, or fashion to get connected with Christianity. I'm saying study Christianity and you'll understand your culture, because they still didn't stop the Holy Ghost dancing, as we talked about earlier. Because that stomping, see, people don't understand. That stomping, I'm not talking about Kirk Franklin. Stomp. I'm not talking about that. Look at that stomp, look at that Holy Ghost dance, and look at the crescendo of what's going on and what they were doing, and how you got these large choirs, they still march in 2 by 2, just like the dance of the Diablos. Man, I gotta go.
Do you want a revolution?
Whoop, whoop. I'm sorry, Brother Thomas, you can take us home. Dog pound, take us out of here.
Gabriel, go ahead and start your salutations so we can let these good people get up out of here and enjoy their starting the celebration for the, for the colonizers' New Year. Now go on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
I got an Andy's joke. Indian joke. The joke is, a lawyer was going up to the mountains to take away some land. Along the way, he passed a small store and went in to get something for his thirst. The boy behind the counter told him that they had no more drinks to sell. The lawyer was hot and thirsty and became angry. He yelled, "You ignorant little mountain boy. Don't you know that I am a very important man from the capital? I demand you give me something to drink now." The boy said, "All we have is this pitcher of punch." The lawyer ordered the boy to give him a large glass, which the man quickly drank. The man told the boy to refill his glass. The lawyer quickly drank it too and felt satisfied. The boy asked if the man would like another glass. The lawyer said he was done and was going to leave for his business. The boy said, "You can have another glass. It is free. We don't charge important men like you for our humble drinks." The proud man was happy he was finally getting his proper respect. While the man drank another glass, the boy said the lawyer could have the entire pitcher for free because his mother told him to throw it out anyways because a rat had fallen in it and drowned in it.
Wow. Okay. That's
Lord have mercy.
Wow.
And that's all you, baby.
Got one more joke, and okay. Two young boys were taking care of their sheep in the pastures. They noticed a puma coming toward them and their sheep. The boys tried to scare the puma away by shooting and throwing stones at it, but it was hungry and kept coming closer. One boy said, "Let's climb up this tree." The second boy replied, "What good will that do? I'm afraid the puma will climb up the tree after us." The first boy answered, "Don't be afraid, just hurry up the tree. Sheep can't climb."
She can't climb.
Sheep.
Sheep can't climb. Oh yeah. You.
Sheep.
Messed up for the sheep.
You gotta work on
That
your
being
you gotta
said-
work on your delivery just a little bit.
She reading it like Ron Burgundy.
She's reading like it's a book.
No, right. She read the header, the footer, the page it was on. I like the joke though. Yeah,
No pause, no nothing.
Keep them coming, please.
Okay, I got one more.
Am I laughing before the joke? My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. The drunk man came home very late to his wife. He got into bed upside down, so his muddy feet were on the pillow. He reached over to kiss his wife to soothe her increasing anger. The husband became surprised and forgot to be nice and said to his wife, "Your mouth stinks." Now his wife was even more upset. She shouted at him, "You foolish old drunken monkey. My mouth doesn't stink. You are upside down in the bed. You're kissing my dirty feet."
So both of them had dirty feet. She was just mad because he put his feet on the pillow. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Okay, one last one.
Really?
Hey, you know that one last one has one behind it, right? Because the last one had one behind it.
Okay, last one.
I didn't know I could not do that.
A man's donkey was always getting loose and going into the neighbor's cornfield to eat the corn. Whenever the neighbor would find the donkey in his field, he would lock it up in his own corral for a day without food or water to punish the donkey. Just before harvest, the donkey got out again and ruined a large part of the cornfield. The neighbor was so angry he was going to lock up the donkey for 4 days. But the owner of the donkey heard it crying all night in the neighbor's corral and was afraid his donkey would die of thirst. When he came to rescue his donkey, he got into a fight with the neighbor. Other neighbors urged the two men to go to the judge in the next village and a half day's journey away. On the way, it got dark and they decided to camp along the road. They heard the growling of a large hungry puma, a large hungry puma coming toward them in the night. One of the men put on his sandals and got up to run. The other said to him, "You fool, you can't run faster than a puma." The man with sandals replied, "I don't have to run faster than the puma, just faster than you."
So this is the brother getting back at the other brother for giving up the sheep from the other. See,
Yeah.
the big payback.
And this is the note. Quechua jokes usually have detailed beginnings. Since people aren't in a hurry to squeeze a joke in between television commercials, some jokes are a play on words and might lose something in the translation, but still tell a lot about the culture.
Okay.
So with that being said, really, David Corey, You know, most true things are really funny. Okay, so with that being said, don't let nobody tell you who you are. Do your genealogy, do your reading, question so much, and then question some more. Just because somebody tells you something doesn't mean it's necessarily true. For the most part, you can kind of get a feel if somebody's telling you something that's not right, or it feels right when you know you're hearing the truth. Most times, depending on who they are. But definitely, don't let anybody tell you who you are. Do your genealogy. Blood tests aren't going to prove your ancestry. Only your genealogy. Only your genealogy. Only the paperwork. Your mama's mama's mama's, your daddy's daddy's daddy's. That's the only thing that's going to tell you who you are. Anyone who tells you differently, you got to wonder, did they do their genealogy? And if they're telling you who you are, who are they really? So, have a beautiful day. Peace, blessings, and prosperity. And yeah, that's it.
Oh, all right. That was a good outro. Appreciate you, Miss Gabrielle. That's what's up.
Okay, thank you.
My outro is gonna suck. Shout out to Gabrielle for that fire outro. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Happy New Year, y'all. If you're celebrating that, even though it's coming up in March. But yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Play this one back. Oh my goodness, play this one back. About to post this one everywhere. But yeah, run it back. Play it for the family, if you call them that. But yeah, peace to y'all. Grand Rising, y'all. Peace, y'all.
James Flame, Doodle Vision, Choctaw Jebby. What you got for the good people heading into this new pseudo New Year?
Just want to say I definitely appreciate everyone on the panel, all the panelists, for putting up with me for the last year. You didn't have to, but you opened up your doors. Some of y'all had to jump through the windows. Sister Gabrielle Union, all the windows you got open, but you didn't shoot me. So I appreciate you. Man, brother, no sellout. Them timelines, man. Got them with the timelines. Oh, man. Timelines. Oh. Brother Copper Indio, again. You know what that means. That translated for those who may not have understood. Brother Thomas, and Thomas. Again, I cannot reiterate how much it takes to host, hit those switches, go on the fly, reading and clicking on links, so y'all don't understand everything that goes into that. Y'all gonna figure it out one day. To Brother Bones, I appreciate you, bro. I get my channel flagged when I play some clips and the music is playing. I don't know how that's happening. My channel keep getting flagged though with some stuff, but I appreciate you, Brother Bones. So whatever you're doing, whatever you did, my channel's not getting flagged. So thank you, sir. I appreciate that. To Lady Free, again, I say, you was right and me was wrong. I gotta make you a country song. Oh man, shout out to Lady Free. Brother Carrie Bay. I'm telling y'all, in case y'all don't know, I'm telling you, if you in the booth, get with him. If you go there for Mardi Gras, get with him. You need to get with him. To those in the chat, the greatest chat ever, I gotta start reaching out to y'all. I know some have sent me messages and I just been kind of engulfed with putting heads to bed on this Indian, not Indian, don't call me that. So I just had to. So y'all forgive me. I'll be reaching out to you soon. To the player haters and weirdos out there, I see you and I hear you. Somebody took the time out to log on as a female walking around with those two spirits and gave another thumbs down. But I know who you are, man. If y'all don't know what two spirits are, y'all need to look that up. People try to say that wasn't going on in this land. It was. They call them two spirits, and they made them live outside of the camp.
I know what two spirits are.
You better stay away from those two spirits. You don't know what you're getting into, because then, my man, you're going to end up getting into something you don't want to be getting into with them two spirits.
I'm good.
You better leave that alone. Why you think they call those liquor stores in the back, that hard stuff, they call them what? Fine wines and spirits. Stay away from those two spirits. Just trying to tell you. You know about the two spirits because you're a true Indian. So they teach you about those true spirits. That's why they live outside of the camp. They don't discriminate against them. They allow them to come in during the festival time, but when the festival is over, you go right back to the outside of the camp. That's a hint for those that don't understand. Two spirits, look it up. So for those player haters and weirdos, I see you out there. I know what you're doing. I know what you're trying to do. And you can go ahead. And again, I say, all I'm gonna say is the grudge has that new walk down. If you want to talk Maya, come see me. That's why I say again, please, by all means, I don't think people really want to have this scholarly discussion that they want to call debates behind these topics. I don't think they really do, because it's going to get back to the origin. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you over whether you have on a red shirt or a green shirt, especially if you colorblind. When that Ice Cube, put away my 9, fool, because I'm colorblind. So you go ahead and be colorblind. And you go ahead and keep your Bill Cosby shades on. And y'all are the same people that will allow Stevie Wonder to drive you to the bank. Because I haven't figured out yet why they have brails on the ATM. Come on, son. So you all can knock yourself.
I've been wondering that.
Somebody tell me why they got braille on the drive-through ATM. Come on, son. Oh, man. Well, at least we know who it's for now. So, for all of those that thought the end was near, the end is nigh. Scam You is about to go down. So you can keep subscribing to Scam You. You can keep listening to what people will tell you, don't do this and don't do that. And you talking about you honoring the ancestors in the same breath, but the ancestors paid tax. And there was one guy to talk about he didn't pay tax, but guess what? He lives on foreign soil and he pays foreign tax. So of course he's not going to pay tax to the United States. Duh. So y'all better listen. I'm telling you, don't just listen to what people are saying. Read what they're putting in the chats. So when an individual says, no, I don't pay no taxes, what they talking? Them dudes over there at Cab and them talking about paying taxes. I don't pay no taxes. Same one talking about he lives in a foreign country. Duh. Come on, son. Y'all see, that's why I keep trying to tell you. Keep falling for it. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I got to say. Y'all continue to see the video. Oh, I got to say this. Shout out to Matt Damon. Y'all better check out Matt Damon, because he done told y'all, Matt Damon, he can't say his name right, but he be dropping those nuggets, in case you didn't know. I look forward to seeing y'all in 2020, so y'all can have 2020 vision, come into the light, Caroline, and until next time, I'm out of here. I'm dropping this cotton picking. I forgot, I gotta say one thing. Them 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians was what? What was it at first before they changed it to Indians? Y'all better recognize, in case you didn't know. Indians Indios, Auntie, Andy, I'm out.
Thank goodness for a remote control microphone, because I'm not touching that one.
Hey, I just learned a new word.
Due to vision, as always, we appreciate what you bring to the table, the information that you have bestowed upon us with irrefutable facts and irrefutable proof that people can actually look up, pull up, and dispute if they choose or if they dare.
Challenge them.
We appreciate you more than you know.
Yep.
We thank you for all the information that you've bestowed upon us, the trust that you have in us. Yeah, that goes without saying. Just thank you. To Copy Indio, man, the more I listen to you, the more I realize I need to read more. I'm like, I don't know nothing.
That's how I praise, brother.
It be like that when you're around Copper, and being from Virginia, you know. You're like, man, Copper, let me know when you're going to the Portsmouth Library, man. We need to meet up for real.
That's what's up.
Look, I don't need to read nothing. I just need his library card, so I can just go in there.
Look, you pose as him? Me too.
Just pose as him. I'm not gonna do nothing with your card. I'm just gonna go in there.
Like, don't you know who I am?
It's gonna be it's a friendly identity theft. You gonna be next to me. I'm gonna be next to you. I'm like, I'm him.
Copper gonna be like, I'm a stupid. Shout out to Copper though.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, bro, we definitely appreciate you. Yeah, the amount of wisdom and information that you bring, and just being a world traveler and being able to go to India and dispel a lot of myths, because you've actually spoken to the people. You actually was over there for more than a day. It wasn't on vacation. It was for work, and you can disprove, debunk, and use language to do so. Yeah, man, you are definitely. It's a privilege to be on your team, bro. Yeah, see, they don't know about the your secret weapon, because everybody knows about James' secret weapon, who does the language, but don't nobody know about your secret weapon, who got that paper for digging in that dirt and getting them jewels out. So that's something we'll release later, but definitely appreciate
when we go on the teaching these.
Definitely appreciate the message. Tell her, give her our best.
Shout out.
People think it's a game. People think we don't know anything or we don't do anything because they don't hear what we're doing. But no.
Hey, teammates, don't even let them have it. This about to be 2020.
I know. I'm just showing my appreciation to the people on the panel. That's all.
Shot.
So thank you, Copper. We appreciate you, brother. We know that you do a lot of work, and you know. They got you hemmed up with what you know because of who you are, but we appreciate the time that you are able to extend to us. So thank you, we appreciate you, bro.
That means a lot. Thank all of you.
Gabrielle.
Yes.
You came in literally, what, 2.5 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
And your consistency, your ability to ask questions, dig where no man, no woman has dug before, link stuff and tie stuff together is unprecedented, unparalleled, and persistently perplexing. But we appreciate it. Don't ever change. Don't ever stop being you, and we appreciate what you add to the Camp Grand Rising show. We appreciate what you do for us. We appreciate you coming in off the fly, literally, and picking up where, no sellout just dropped off. And she just literally dropped that roll in your lap of reading.
Man, he just hung up.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
When everybody says their salivations, can I tell you I learned?
When everybody saves their salvation, what you say?
Yeah, when everybody saves their salivations. And gives out
They
all
finish salutating. It's a new word for 2019. We go on.
Don't get off track. Don't sound like you know how she do. Go ahead, Gabrielle.
What?
You said when everybody finishes their salivations, what?
Can I tell you 2 words? Tell y'all 2 words I just learned?
Sure. So you gonna have a cliffhanger for going into 2020? All right, that's fine. Brother, no sellout. Arguably, the funniest person I know. Your humor and wit is unmatched, and your timing is impeccable. When you are not on the show, you are truly missed. And if you think I'm lying, just go back and check the chats when you ain't here. We appreciate you and Nikki G, aka shout out to Giovanni. Appreciate you, the missus, the boys. Appreciate all you do. Your history and healing and being a vegan. Yeah, I know I give you a hard time about being a vegan. I'm still gonna give you a hard time about being a vegan. That ain't gonna change, but I definitely appreciate you taking that life path and being strict with it. So definitely appreciate you, bro. For real. No joke.
That's what's up. I appreciate you too. And that's part of the vegan game. It's hate. And that's part of your name. It's hate. So it's all right. It's all right.
That's what I'm talking about. Carrie Bay, the coolest brother who I'm not related to. If you ever in New Orleans, you gotta go see Carrie. I had the opportunity to meet him this year in New Orleans, even though I almost drowned trying to get back to the hotel. It was one of the best experiences I've had. That was my first time I was going to New Orleans. What?
Wade in the water.
Look, you know I ain't tall. That water was up to my armpits.
You got the water wings on. It's like, this is out of season.
Listen. And you know how Carrie is. He all cool. And when I told him about the water, he was like, yeah, like, that's normal. I'm like, you know what? We getting a monster truck for a rental vehicle next time I come to know.
There it is.
But yeah, man. Carrie, appreciate you, everything that you've been through, and your hospitality and your family. I see why people love New Orleans. It's good people down there. And if the people down there are half as cool as you, yeah, I'm coming back. Want to send a special shout out to LJ Free. We look forward to you coming back. We know you got stuff you got to take care of, but just know we miss you and we appreciate you. Everything that you've attributed to the Toxins Assembly and the information that you brought. So we ain't forgot about you. Bounce H. McCoy. The do-it-all man. That don't get no sleep ever. Did I say ever?
Ever.
Yeah. He got literally Tifton on his back. He carrying Florida in the palm in one hand, and he carrying Connecticut in the other hand, and he got his relatives in the knapsack. Oh yeah, and he doing work. So a lot of people don't know what you're doing. They don't know what's going on, but I see what you do. I have the opportunity to work with you on some projects, and I appreciate you. And I appreciate you entrusting me to be on the board of our Toxins Assembly. And words can't express how much I appreciate you and your family and all the hard work that y'all put in. Brit, you know what it is. Keep him out of trouble, because you know he worked too much. She gotta make him sit down and stay still sometimes, but it's all good. So Gabrielle, you want to go after everybody go, even after Bones?
I'm
Yeah, because you know, on that note, gonna be going on after on that note.
I know, right?
Okay. Okay,
Why she sound disappointed like she want to be the last one?
Oh no! I just don't understand the question.
Look,
Holding out.
why is the chat clowning me? I can swim. I'm just short.
Look, see, he didn't say he couldn't swim. All right. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I know, right? Gabrielle, come on.
Okay, so read the word. Okay, so okay. Found this very interesting. Again, all part of Andy's culture. So, Wamichakok, which literally means hunting for women. If a guy leaves the house without telling where he's going, they assume he's looking for a girlfriend. And Koretukok literally reads pretending to be a man. This refers to someone who is trying to act like a strong, brave man, pretending he is a powerful one when he is not.
You talking about people claiming to be chiefs on YouTube?
Okay, yeah, it could be used in that way.
Well, dag nabbit, that's how I'm going to use it. Give me that word again.
Koretukok. Tukok. Q-A-R-I-T-U-K-O-Q.
Put that for me in the back chat. I got plans for that.
Oh, I got another one for you. You'll love this one. I think all y'all will love this one.
Yo.
Listen, Sawaskwa Wasihina Simayok. It means your mouth is as vacant as a house that was just robbed.
Yo.
That word sounds awfully close to Sasquatch.
Yo. No way.
That's why I stay on mute now. Stay out of trouble.
Yo, no.
Or, no. You know what? This is the last one I'm getting off because, everybody says important stuff and, you got to be quiet when Bones talks. Okay. So, Sanso Chaco, which literally means acting dumb. A person is up to something. Maybe he is trying to listen in on a conversation by acting as a dummy. Or maybe he doesn't want to work, so he is pretending to be working, but really he is just fooling around. That's all part of the Andes culture. That's it.
So we had a guest come in. They obviously didn't need to unmute themselves. So go ahead and say what you got to say.
I did unmute myself, man.
What's going on?
What's going on, TMH? How y'all doing?
We doing well. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just calling in to see how y'all doing.
How you doing, Mr. Corey?
You calling in the
good.
Corey, Carey.
Yeah.
Corey.
Mr. Carey.
No, Corey.
He said Mr. Carey. When Gabby is Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, you Gabby.
Corey, Carey, gay.
I'm all right, y'all. Happy? Oh, well, not yet. Doo-doo. Man, that was a great one, man. That was a great one. Seriously, man, that was a great one. Copper Indio. Man, I didn't know you was that good, man. I might have to hang around.
I usually study in silence, brother, but I appreciate it.
Man, you
David Corey, I tried to tell you he was the grudge, man. I tried to tell you.
Man, this dude is off the chain. But y'all go ahead. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna listen. I ain't gonna bother nobody.
Basically, you're doing a good job.
Really, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he realizes that we're live and all, and he doesn't want to really interrupt.
Right.
I just really.
I know everybody was salivating.
Salivating. We got another.
Don't make me put y'all in a room before the new month. Don't do that. Don't do that.
What's the last? Hey, hold on, TMH. Seriously, if you was to do that, you'll be looked upon as a bad guy today, man. Because this is the last of the year, man. This is the last hours. Come on, man. Let us have one. You've been driving the bus the correct way all year, man. We appreciate it. Just give us one day.
Hey, hold on. You trying to get a 24-hour stream going? Trying to battle? No, we
ain't doing that, bro.
We ain't doing that.
I got stuff to do.
You can't be replaying things from 2018 now. Come on.
No, 19.
Oh no, 18. No. But anyway, peace to you, David Corey. Happy New Year.
No, you too, sell out. You too, no sell out. You too. And I just wanted to let y'all know that hashtag. We not here to make you stink.
You gotta use that pound in honor of Brother No Sellout. You gotta use that pound, Brother David.
Pound. We not here to make you stink.
And see, this is the reason why there needs to be someone that controls the board, because if not, we'll never get it.
No, we're gathered here for TMH. That's what the ladies on the panel for. She's here to regulate.
Really?
Regulator.
Mount up.
She in charge.
You're a little bit too quiet.
I just want to speak to you. Tip, wherever you at. Soul sister.
Shout out to Oak Cliff.
Moon. We call him Deacon. They loud.
You done? Let me go ahead and mute him because he got background noise. He probably don't even know it. Alright, Bones, I think it's safe, bro.
Thanks, man. No, but really like to take the time out to thank everybody on the panel. Gabrielle for taking the opportunity on herself just to call in and finding a place and making it home and being a very important part of the show. Always appreciate you for doing that because, like I said, you volunteered your time to be a part of it, and that's how it always be. Carpe Indio, from the first conversation that we had to now. Appreciate you for always being true to who you are and not changing no matter what. My brother Terry Bay, keep doing what it is that you're doing and staying true on your belief, because you're a representation of everybody that's into a belief system isn't bad, and that people need to take the time out and learn the differences before you judge and throw everybody in the same pot. Moving on to LJ Free, my sister. Miss you very much. Can't wait till you get back. Miss the conversation. Like I told you before, your spot will always be here. So whenever you're ready, come on home. To my brother No Sellout, I will always appreciate your honesty, from not knowing me from a can of paint, but from that moment standing up for what was truth and right, and always been the same brother and my ally since that day. I appreciate you, and words can never explain. My brother James, thank you for taking the time out to have a conversation and seeing the direction and the dream and sharing your knowledge and information to help what is A2 today come about. And to my brother, TMH, Thomas, thank you for also being a guide, taking the time out to lead, putting the hours in that you volunteered to help build this. Like I said, without you, I can tell you straight up, I did not see an actual way to make this happen, and really in less than a year. Relative, less than a year. Thank you. And to the relatives out there, we have spent this whole year uncovering who we are, our stories, our genealogy. Now we are in the know. See, now we in the part to where responsibility is supposed to kick in. Because once you know, you have a responsibility to do the right thing. We can't look at others and their actions and worry about what it is they're doing. Because now we are aware. We know. We are aware through this research on this calendar year that there's programs that we can access, programs that we can use to fix our conditions, to rebuild our communities, relatives. But again, as we say every rising show, it does us no good if we do not use them, if we do not apply, if we do not take the time out to learn the politics of our local communities, the basic politics of where we raise our children, lay our heads. Everything we have done in this short time is for our present and our future. Everything we have uncovered is to give us a better understanding and a clearer picture of who we are. And I can sit here and feel proud because relatives, the work that we have all done in a short period of time, can you imagine what's to come? We will be that change that we need. We are the change that we need. So let's make sure moving forward into this calendar year that we even push even harder. We work even harder because now we know. We know. So now, relatives, it has been very blissful spending this calendar year at Rising with you, coming together, sharing our stories, our ups and our downs, what we have learned. Continue to be blissful. Continue to move forward. Continue to learn how your communities work. Continue to dig through genealogy to find out your family and who you tie back to. Not to wear it as a label, but to find out what part you play in this, to move forward so we can fix it for a better future. So on that note, remember we love you. And until we link up on the next show, peace.
Shout out to Corey Tuku, the man pretending to be a man sitting next to another man pretending to be another man. Shout out to Sasquatch and shout out to Radio pushing that grocery basket into every chat.
Anybody wanting to be an Indian or a Native American Indian and don't want to worry about your chief being all in the videos, all on the recklessness, dancing
in the
around,
interviews.
come to A2.
Oh, quick announcement moving forward. This is the last live of the cab that will be on the cab show moving forward. This all replays will no longer be on there. You will get snippets, but moving forward, all full replays will only be on the website. All lives will only be exclusively at the website. So come over to the website, register to the form. It's free. You have access to the information in the form, global chats, even download the app. And as soon as Apple get back to us, the Apple app will be up on the page as well.
Man.
slow it down. They just.
Oh, don't forget, 5 o'clock today, Autonomous Assembly Radio going in. That's 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. Autonomous Assembly Radio will be going in.
In the paint.
Oh man.
Oh shoot.
Don't log on to patreon.com/.
Shout out to the Sour Patch Kids.
Is that even like? Is that good? I don't know if that's a diss. I mean, those commercials are funny. But yeah, a pill a day keeps, I guess, cops at your doorstep.
Shout out to those that say don't fill out the census, but call themselves doing a genealogy by looking at the census.
In all forms of census, sensize.
Just senseless.
Oh yeah.
I have one quick question. Has anybody ever been on a YouTube station and they hear a bunch of scratching in the background? Does anybody know what that scratching is?
I'm still trying to recreate it. Can somebody help me recreate the sound? Because look, I know you got a soundboard over there. Hold on, let me try. Hold on. Is it working? Is that it?
Nah, it's close, but not. I mean, it's a consistent scratching. Like, I don't know what that sound is. Does anybody know?
Man, I won't be specific. I'm gonna just say this. I had a very rough childhood. So as having a rough childhood, you for some reason get in tune with certain sounds and certain things. And yeah, you're not a really nice person if that's what you're doing, because yeah, you're actually tearing down the community.
Shout out to Gator, who pawned the Right Reverend's TV and smoked it.
All right, it's time to go, y'all.
Those would be the Suwaska Wasi Hina Semiyak.
Shout out to Tyrone Biggins.
And that wasn't me, Rhonda.
See, I shouldn't have said nothing.
You left the mic hot.
Oh, you should look. I'm gonna say this. I really do appreciate the fact that y'all welcomed me in, because I know other people are paying attention. If I'm me wanting the answers and wanting guidance and understanding and logic and just honesty, I'm pretty sure that there are so many other people out there. So when TMHU, give shout outs to the silent majority, like if they still want to be the silent majority, that's fine. Just don't follow behind other people, because they'll have you doing declarations
of independence.
I mean, independently they'll get hemmed up, but I don't know what his declaration of, but no, it's for everybody. It's a declaration for everybody, the world.
But declarations only work if they're signed.
By the world?
Well, no, they only work if they're signed by the people who pen them and the people who agree and the people who change them and update them. That's why the signs of the Declaration of Independence, they were putting their life on the line, because they actually had to sign their name on the line, because they was putting what they believe before a government that they felt was tyrannical, which is the reason why they had to get the Ottoman Empire and France to back them, because they needed some backers. So for all of you who are doing declarations, here's a hint: get another country to vouch for you before you sign it, and then sign it. That makes it viable. That makes it a valuable asset, because treaties aren't treaties if they aren't signed. Declarations aren't declarations unless they're signed. Laws aren't laws unless they're signed, and acts aren't acts unless they're signed. So if it's unsigned, it doesn't work. Go ahead.
So how can you stand on something strongly, but you're not willing to sign it? Oops. But no, really.
You gotta tie your shoes.
It's not ready.
That would make you Benjamin Franklin, because again, a declaration is a declaration of war.
Well, it's only a declaration of war if it's signed. If it's not signed, it's just talk.
Signs
Signature
still delivered.
requires
I'm
signature
regardless of
requires
that-
action. Signatures require action. That means you have to grab a pen or some type of device and strike the signature page, acknowledging that's me. I stand
Feel like I
behind this
said it, I
document.
meant it.
Yeah.
I said it, I meant it, and what? Gonna sign.
I wrote it. I edited it. I did all this to it. I don't know if I put my name on it. You was with me.
That ain't me, babe.
Exactly. But can we send it out? No.
But it worked though.
I just want to see when in history, since ain't nothing new under the sun, has it worked?
You say nothing new under the sun. Shout out to Anton Jackson from In Living Color. Anton, man.
Nah.
Do what you wanna do.
Alright, y'all. It's time to say peace. And we'll catch y'all next year, aka tomorrow, on the Titans.assembly.com.
Shout out to Giovanni, the app that plays.
Dr. Peebo Bryson, Al Jarreau, George Benson.
George Benson.
Scat.
Y'all gonna make me just mute everybody and just y'all just gonna make me just cut everybody off, ain't y'all?
Merchandise is now available.
That means yes.
No, it's merchandise is not available.
Oh yeah, we ain't up for sale.
You say merch your dice. Who's that?
Ooh. ¿Dónde está el dinero? Ahí está el corazón. The heart loves to be where the money is. And this is also part of Andy's culture. It's things your grandma, it's under phrases your grandma might say to save you.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Okay, that's it. Meet everybody.
Peace, y'all.
Peace, everybody.
Cheech and Chong, Up in Smoke.
I got a double feature.
Did you know that tonto meant dumb, stupid?
It's stupid.
Yeah.
It means you don't understand. That's why they be like, me no understand.
Wow. Hey, teammates, hold up. I finally have something to say. Africa.
Oh no. Are you talking about Ohio?
Warning, warning, warning. Hard hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.